Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. McKinnon. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do so.
Mr. McKinnon, we were talking yesterday about August of 2018, and that's where we're going to pick up. Registrar, could you call out OD 9A, page 61, please? And if you could, actually, it's fine. You don't need to call anything out. Mr. McKinnon, can you see on the bottom of this page, there's a reference to the heading as friction data sent to Mr. Malone. Mr. McGuire on August 30th sent email to Mr. Malone at SEMA enclosing, forwarding a document. I'm going to open up that document. It's registrar CIM 16163, please. Registrar, can you call at the bottom half of this page, the email from Dr. Uzarowski? Mr. McKinnon, you're not copied on this particular email. This is an email from January 24, 2014. Is this document familiar to you?
I don't believe so.
Okay. This is an email from Dr. Uzarowski to Gary Moore, and it is, again, in January 2014, and it is a table that has some reference to average friction numbers, and then some additional information right under that table that says in 2013, the friction numbers were measured on the RHVP in both directions by Tradewin Scientific, and the average FN numbers are as follows. And then it has a list of lanes and numbers. Registrar, can you close that down? Mr. McKinnon, apart from preparation for the inquiry, you don't believe you've seen that January 24, 2014 email?
Correct.
Okay. Registrar, can you put the top half of this email, please? Thank you. So what I was referencing from the OD is that on August 30th at 7:11 p.m., Mr. McGuire sent or forwarded that email with attachments, including MTO testing spreadsheets to Mr. Malone. And he says, hi, this is H. Brian. This is a study of the RHVP prior to opening, FN of around mid-30s. Close that down. Did Mr. Malone tell you on August 30 that he had located a document in respect of friction testing and sent it to Mr. Malone?
Yeah, you said Mr. Malone. I think you meant Mr. McGuire, but not that I recall. Not in August, no.
Thank you. Yes, I did mean Mr. McGuire. Did he tell you, that is Mr. McGuire, at some later date that back in August of 2018, he had sent friction information to Mr. Malone?
Malone, I don't recall him saying that. He may have, but I don't recall it.
Okay. Registrar, could you go back to the OD 9A, page 62 and 63, please? And if you could pull out that top half of 63, the screenshot, and then paragraph 149 at the same time, please, Registrar. Mr. McKinnon, the inquiry has also obtained a document that is a different email from Dr. Uzarowski to Mr. Moore. And you'll see in the right-hand side of the screenshot that it has the date of 2015-12-17. You see that? Mm-hmm. And the body of this is, hi, Gary, find the attached November 2013 report from Troy Scientific on friction testing. I will look at some standards or anticipated values and call you. This document was saved in a ProjectWise folder. And in between Mr. Moore's name at the top and the attachment, do you see the banner? It says, you forwarded this message on 2018 08:30 7:13 p.m. You see that?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So is this document familiar to you? This email from Dr. Uzarowski?
No.
The inquiry has no further information about who forwarded this document or to whom. Did you forward this document to anyone on August 30 at 7:13 p.m.?
No, I don't believe so. Did you say this document came out of ProjectWise?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I don't recall ever having rights in ProjectWise. I think I'd be hard pressed to, if you put it in front of me now, I'm not sure I'd even know how to log in. So,
okay. Did you receive this email on August 30, immediately after 7:13 p.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recognize it.
Thank you. You can close this down. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire on the evening of August 30th about friction testing on the Red Hill and the Link?
I don't believe so.
Registrar, can you go to that same document, page 57, please? Could you bring up 58 as well, please? A few days prior to the emails we were just looking at the bottom of 57, you'll see Dr. Uzarowski emailed Mr. Beck, that's Michael Beck from Engineering Services, a copy of the Tradewind report. Were you aware on August 27 that Dr. Uzarowski had done this?
No.
Registrar, you can close this. And if you can go to page 70, please. So, Mr. McKinnon, I wanted to show you those emails between Mr. McGuire and Mr. Malone, the email that does not have a known sender or recipient, and the emails from Dr. Uzarowski and to Mr. Beck, because on August 30th, you have an email exchange with Mr. McGuire. Registrar, can you pull out 167 and 168? Mr. McGuire emails you and says, under the subject line, spec article, and he wrote, hers here link and some quotes. And then there's a link to the July 17, 2017 spec article, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill, the one that we looked at yesterday. And then there is 2 paragraphs, which I think are direct quotes, reference to the quotes. Do you recall having a discussion with Mr. McGuire before he sent this email to you?
I don't recall a discussion before he sent the email. We may have had one, but I don't recall it.
Okay. Saying here's the link, it does seem like that is as a follow-up to something else rather than an email that he sent cold. But you can't remember either way if he raised either this article or anything else about the Red Hill on the 31st with you?
Correct.
Given that Mr. McGuire had found an email that contained a table and average friction values the night before, do you recall having any discussions with him on the 31st about that discovery?
I do not.
Are you confident that you did not receive information from Mr. McGuire at the end of August about the email that we were just looking at.
No, I'm not confident either way. When Gord eventually met me in the hallway at the beginning of October and showed me the Tradewin report, I have a very clear memory of that. I don't have any memory of Gord talking to me about friction testing or friction results during this time period.
Okay, and we will come to that hallway discussion, but just because we're talking about this now, is part of your recollection about that hallway discussion that you had with him that this was the first time that Mr. McGuire had raised that issue?
The issue of having a test with friction results and then having a report, that's my first memory of the Tradewin report. I do have a vague memory of Gord forwarding the newspaper article on this. I think there was a few different issues that he had sent me newspaper articles on. That wasn't uncommon for directors to do that if something was emerging in the media. So this certainly feels familiar, but when it comes to the Tradewin report with all the information and the results and that August 1st, in and around that time frame is the first time I have any kind of vivid memory of that.
Thank you. I think you just said August 1st, but I think you meant October 1st.
October 1st, sorry, yes.
The hallway discussion? Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make sure the evidence is clear.
Mhm.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 71, please? And can you pull out 171? Mr. McKinnon, this is on a different topic. Excuse me. In August and then again in September, there's audit is reaching out to engineering services about a value for money audit on roads. And on September 4th, Mr. Pellegrini from Audit Services emailed you and said, as per our telephone discussion, here's the scope of the roads review started by Audit Services. And just for your context, Mr. Pellegrini had already been in touch with people in engineering services. Do you know why Mr. Pellegrini, or do you recall why he was having a conversation with you and then forwarding you this email?
I don't. I think it's standard practice for audit services. If they're going to be in an audit in one of the departments, they would generally let the general manager know about it. I don't know if this was the beginning of it and that was the purpose of this, but it kind of feels like it.
Okay, thanks. Registrar, you can close this down and go to page 79 and 80, please. And can you pull out 197? And on from the other page, if you can pull out 199. You can go down to 199. No, apologies, Registrar, if you can pull out the entirety from the top to the bottom of 199. Thank you. On September 11th, you forwarded an email that you received from Councillor Marula regarding a public complaint. This a member of the public is talking about having a scary moment on the Red Hill. And that they had a good cry when they got home. And then at the bottom, this member of the public says, the city knows about this troublesome paving. Why aren't they informing us? Why are there no warning signs? Why isn't the road closed when it rains? What kind of tragedy needs to unfold before the city is held accountable? And then goes on to say, I'll be contacting the local media as I believe action needs to be taken ASAP, despite quote unquote inconclusive asphalt testing. The reality is staring us in the face. This road is unsafe. And Mr. Marula replies, that's not absolutely no truth to that, and forwards it to professional staff, including you, and you forward it to Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire and say, gents, how do we want to review? So just stopping there, you gave some evidence yesterday that you tried to let your professional technical staff field emails. Is this the kind of, is this an example of you trying to ensure that your staff are dealing with instead of you?
Correct. I may include myself in wanting to hear that discussion because I believe I mentioned earlier that as the GM of Public Works, if I happen to be in City Hall and somebody catches me in the foyer and asks me a question, I might want to hear the discussion between Gord and Ed with respect to how they're going to move forward with that so that I could share that if Councillor Marullo asked me a follow-up, if we happen to bump into each other. But the actions coming out of this would fall to Gord and Edward.
When you receive this email, do you take note about the reference to inconclusive asphalt testing that was at the end of this email?
I don't recall that kind of sticking with me. No.
Registrar, you can close this down.
Ms. Lawrence, if I could just say to you, I don't want to be disrespectful, and I'm sure the person who wrote that email believes they were doing 40 kilometers an hour, but it's not unusual for the city to get information from the public that's not entirely accurate, and I'm not suggesting anybody was lying or anything like that, but it's been my experience throughout my entire career when you get information from the public, often there's information in there that's not entirely accurate for one reason or another. So that's part of the process that Edward and Gordon would have to go through, is to try to really dig through that. And, part of that might be following up with the resident to just kind of really dig into the statements that they've made. But it's not, staff can't take what they're hearing on the surface as fact. And so that's just another bit of nuance that as representatives of the city, we always have to kind of work our way through that to validate what is the information we're getting and was it indeed dry that day and that kind of stuff. So I'm not trying to dismiss the concern from the resident, but I'm just trying to articulate that as staff, we have to validate what it is that happened, what were the conditions, that kind of thing.
Thank you. I won't pull it up, but in paragraph 200, Mr. Solda responds that Gord is dealing with it. And we'll come back to this chain as we go through the chronology. Registrar, can you go to page 81, please? And can you pull up the top of page 81, which is part of paragraph 202. So this is Mr. McGuire and his assistant exchanging emails about a response. But at the top, just between Mr. McGuire and his assistant, he says, can you add the Red Hill resurfacing as an H priority sheet? Do you know what an H priority sheet is, or is that something specific to Mr. McGuire?
Was it H priority? I can't think of what the H means.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? And can you go to page 84? And pull out 209 and 210. So again, asking this question because it also relates to priorities. Mr. Olszewski and Mr. Ferguson are discussing repaving issues and the scope that traffic operations and engineering wants to put into it. And Mr. Ferguson responds, you are not copied on this email. Yes, but this is one of our GM's top priorities. So again, relating to resurfacing and in the context of this discussion around scope, we'll let management handle to the budget. Was repaving one of your top priorities by September of 2018?
I don't think so.
Okay.
By September of 2018, I can, and at some point maybe I should tell you about all the other things that were going on in public works that were a priority for me. Any capital project in the future was not likely a priority for me at that time, and I think this is likely to the little kind of lament that I gave at the end of the day yesterday. Sometimes in an effort to be supportive of staff, they kind of transfer what they think the priority is in their life that it is in your life. And so I was trying to be supportive on this issue, but I can't say honestly that this was a priority in September of 2018, the resurfacing. No.
Understood. Registrar, you can close this down and can you go to page 89, please? And can you pull out 226, which extends onto the next page? The inquiry has a document that is a OneNote document, and it has a document embedded within it, which is Gord McGuire Agenda, September 21. And then it has 4 points on that agenda: digital billboards, RHVP friction testing, road program data, AM, MGR, which I think is Asset Management Manager. Registrar, you can close that down. Close the call out. We have the inquiries received a copy of your calendar for various times, and you had a QT with Mr. McGuire scheduled for September 21. Do you recall speaking to Mr. McGuire during a QT on September 21 about RHVP friction testing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would it be helpful for me to go into the calendar so that you can look at the appointment?
Sure.
It's HAM 61530, image 3. And if you can call out the box under September 21. Thank you. You see it up at the top.
Oh, yes, yes.
Does that help at all with your recollection about the content of the QT on September 21?
Looking at that calendar, I suspect by the end of the day, I didn't remember what I talked to Gord about that day, but no,
Fair enough.
Not trying to be funny. I don't recall.
Registrar, you can close this down. This document is not marked as an exhibit, and my suggestion is that we mark this page of this calendar as an exhibit rather than the entirety of the document. 179.
Howdy, Council. Thank you.
You can close this down. You can go into OD, back into the OD 9A and to page 79, please. Sorry, I'm lacking a reference. I think I can ask you this question without it. I've just gone back to the September 11th, 2018 email from that member of the public, and we went through that. Mr. Solda confirmed that Mr. McGuire would be dealing with this. Mr. McGuire didn't respond until September 28. Did he tell you why he was delaying his response from September 11th to September 28th during that period of time?
He may have, but I don't recall. No.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Thank you. The inquiry has received information and anticipates that Mr. McGuire will testify that he opened an attachment containing an email with an attachment containing the Tradewin report on September 27. We talked just a few moments ago about this hallway discussion. Your evidence was that was the first time that you'd heard about it. Can you narrow the date range for when this hallway discussion occurred?
To the best of my memory, I was away at a conference the last week of September. And I don't have a calendar in front of me, but whatever the Monday would have been after that last week of September, so probably the first Monday in October, whatever that date was, it would have been in that week when I returned to the office, because I have a fairly strong memory of just arriving back from the transit conference.
Apologies, Dan, for interrupting, and it might not be material, but the evidence and documents suggest that Mr. McGuire found the report on September 26th, not on the 27th.
Oh, apologies. I think I just must have misspoke. Thank you very much, Ms. Contractor, for that clarity. And I do think that you are correct. So then let's turn to that hallway conversation that was in the first week of October. Was it in the hallway in your office?
Yeah, at the suite 300 or 320 at the City Center.
What do you recall about that hallway discussion?
I would describe it as it sticks in my memory pretty vividly because Gord seemed kind of rattled. And I can't remember if I was heading somewhere and he just stopped me. We didn't spend a ton of time there. I don't think we were in the hallway for any more than 5 or 10 minutes. I don't recall if he gave me a copy of the report. I seem to remember that he had it in his hand. But it became evident then that, he had found this and he was very, very concerned about it. And I think his primary concern was that the information, as you read it, seemed to be inconsistent with the public statements that Gary had made. In that newspaper article that he had sent me the link to, I feel like Gord had maybe sent me links to more than one article on that, but it may have just been the one. But I think the basis of Gord's concern was this report doesn't seem to line up with the comments that Gary's been making publicly.
Do you mean the comments that there was just an informal chart?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what was said in the moment. I think possibly the informal chart, but just that kind of this idea that the asphalt's performing above expectations and it's kind of perfect and that kind of thing.
Was Mr. McGuire's concern about that inconsistency specifically, and not about, maybe I'll put it differently, did Mr. McGuire have a concern about the conclusions from the Tradewin report in terms of looking at the actual friction?
Right. He may have. If we discussed that at that point, I'm not sure. I don't have a vivid memory of that.
Did he express concerns about the safety of the Parkway?
He may have, but I don't recall.
You said, I seem to remember he had it in his hand. Are you talking about some kind of report?
I think he had a physical copy of the Tradewin report, but I can't say with certainty.
Okay. Did he tell you where he had found the report that he had in his hand?
He likely did. Again, I can't say with certainty, but I suspect he did.
Did he tell you when he had found the report?
Again, he may have. I don't have a precise memory of that.
Did he tell you that Ms. O'Reilly had contacted him about subsequent testing and that had happened in 2017 during that hallway meeting?
I have a memory of Gord telling me that Ms. O'Reilly had contacted him, whether or not it was in that moment in the hallway or subsequent to that. I can't say for sure.
I asked because she reached out on October 3rd. So I'm just trying to see if maybe that would help us narrow the range. Did he provide you with a hard copy of the report that he was holding in his hand?
I believe
Did he actually hand it over to you?
I can't remember if he handed it to me or if he made another copy for me, but eventually I got a copy of it. Yes.
And do you recall, was it a copy of the Tradewind report? I can bring up the front page if you want, or was it a copy of the larger Golder report?
My memory is that it was just the Tradewind report.
Do you recall if the copy that he gave you had a draft stamp on it? Like horizontally across each page?
I don't know. I don't recall.
During that hallway discussion, what advice, if any, did you give him about what to do next?
Again, not a precise memory, but like any emerging issue, when you discover something, you're turning your mind to, okay, well, what do we need to do with this? I think my first thing that I said to him was, okay, well, did you talk to Gary? And at that point, he had not. And I think I asked, have you talked to anybody else about the report? Like, anybody in the office here know anything about it? And I think at that point, it was, I had the sense that he had just found it, so he didn't have an opportunity to do anything with it other than read it. But again, those aren't precise memories, but I believe that's what I said to him at the time.
Did you ask him to do a briefing note for you, or a briefing note?
I believe I asked him to do a briefing note for me at some point. I don't think it would have been in the hallway at that moment where I asked him to do it, but I may have.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 63092? So this is a multi-page document that Mr. McGuire put together, and there's iterations of it over time. This one is from October. And at the very top, it says draft review, and then it says Dan, and then it says in summary. Do you recall receiving this document from Mr. McGuire?
It looks very familiar, and doing this type of briefing note or summary was a practice of Gord's. He was very good at doing these kind of briefing notes.
Do you recall how soon after that hallway discussion, he provided you with a briefing note like this one?
I don't recall. I don't think it was terribly long after the hallway discussion. I suspect I got this relatively quickly, probably within days, but I don't recall precisely.
Thank you. You can close this down. During that hallway discussion, did you suggest getting advice from legal services?
I don't think I would have said anything in the hallway because I just, was probably letting this sink in. But I suspect at some point, if he had told me he was already touching base with legal, I likely would have said, yeah, you probably need to show this to legal so you can get their reaction to it. My sense is it wouldn't have been that first day, but it probably wouldn't have been terribly long after. And maybe just as a kind of postscript to that, it was rare that I would have to tell a director to do that. You're kind of on the same wavelength when you have something in front of you, whether or not you need to run it by legal or procurement or HR or something like that. Any engaging with the support services at the City of Hamilton was generally something directors knew what to do, when to do it. So.
Okay, so you said you were just turning your mind to sort of what do we need to do with this? That was your first thought. Did you give him any advice in the hallway about what his next step should be? I
think the conversation was more along the lines of, well, who knows? Have you talked to Gary? I think the answer was no. Have you talked to anybody else about this? The answer I think was still no because it was so fresh. So I think what I said there was, okay, we'll talk to and see if somebody else knows about this, see if, anything was, if there was any follow-up done on it. I'm not sure I can entirely explain why, but I said, you know what, let me go talk to Gary. I think it was because Gord was new in his position. I did have history with Gary that, sometimes when you questioned him on things, you might get a certain reaction. So I think I felt like I wanted to kind of keep Gord out of that. And Gary's office was just down the hall. So in the next several days or week, when I happened to see Gary in there, I dropped into his office to ask him about it.
Did you review the copy of the report that Mr. McGuire provided to you?
I did.
And do you recall when you read it? How soon after the hallway discussion?
It would have been within that week, I believe.
Did you have any sense that there was urgency in you attending to, sort of following up on that hallway discussion with Mr. McGuire?
I think there was a sense of urgency in the sense that these statements have been made in the public that were, in my view, and I think in Gord's view, seemed to be inconsistent with what the report was saying. And so I think there was an urgency in my mind about, well, like, okay, let's figure out who else knows about this? Has there been any action taken since the report was completed? But there was an extraordinary amount of fires burning across public works that was competing for our time. So, when you get something like this and you're working an issue, and forgive me for kind of the way my brain works, but you kind of have swim lanes of things that you're doing. And so, this started off in its own swim lane. Okay, we need to find out what's going on and find out why these, whether or not there's been other activities taken in response to the findings of this report, because it does feel like it's inconsistent with these public statements. So, but there was, we had a heck of a lot of other distractions at that time. So both Gord and myself.
When you say it was inconsistent, the conclusions were inconsistent with what, I want to get your language exactly right. You said we need to find out what's going on, whether or not there's been other activities taken in response, because it does feel like it's inconsistent with public statements. Right. I'm just, again, trying to understand, was it that you didn't think that conclusions of the Tradewind report were inconclusive? Is that the public statement that you were focused on?
No, I didn't have an opinion about whether or not the results from the test were inconclusive. I think what was on my mind was, and I can't recall with precision, but I think Gary's comments were the highway was performing kind of above expectations. The way I interpreted the Tradewind report, it wasn't saying that. And so, without getting into specifics, I can't get into specifics because it's not necessarily my expertise and my memory isn't that good, but it seemed to be there was a pretty decent disparity between the comments that Gary made publicly versus what the report was suggesting.
Registrar, can you go to HAM 61795, image 13, please? So this is the very last page of the Tradewind report. Registrar, just for ease of font size, could you call out those 3 paragraphs, please? So the Tradewind report says in the second paragraph, the overall friction values as measured by the grip tester on the designated lanes and sections of the RHVP were below or well below the same UK investigatory standard level 2. Overall low levels in the variability of friction values along the length indicate a need for further examination of pavement surface composition, wear, and performance. and then it's noted that there's some localized, quite low friction values. And then Tradewind says, we recommend that a more detailed investigation be conducted. And so was that one of the questions that you had? Had that recommendation been followed and had a more detailed investigation been conducted after 2014?
I think my question was just more general in nature, was to say, has anything been happened between now and then?
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. So you mentioned you asked Mr. McGuire about Mr. Moore and whether they had spoken, and that you made the decision to speak to Mr. Moore yourself because you'd had experiences with him. I don't have your words right in front of me, but I inferred from your evidence just a moment ago that you had experiences where Mr. Moore had been difficult to communicate with.
I guess the way I would say it is sometimes Gary wasn't tolerant with people who were questioning him or asking him questions or following up. He could be dismissive if you were, in an example like this, trying to dig in to find out, okay, what had been done in the interim. I had observed that, when being questioned like that, Gary sometimes could be dismissive or intolerant with it.
So did you did go and find Gary, I think was your evidence?
I did, and I can't tell you when. Gary was working out of an office down the hall from us. I do recall that I passed by his office a number of times before I caught him in it, because he was working back and forth between the Hunter Street office and I was in and out all the time. So eventually I popped into his office. It was a short conversation. I don't think it lasted much more than 5-10 minutes. And it was just, I think the primary focus of my question was, okay, we got this report in the intervening period of time. I'm just curious, was anything done? And he indicated that, to the best of my recollection, that he hadn't done any other further investigations. I vaguely remember him saying something to the effect that he had asked Golders for something, or there was some kind of interaction with Golders, but I didn't take from that conversation that any other further investigation had been done.
Before going and speaking with Mr. Moore, had you had a chance to read the Golder report to which the Tradewind report was appended?
I don't believe so. I think it was quite some time after when I actually got around to reading the Golder report. So not a precise memory, but I don't believe so.
And had you read the briefing note or a briefing note from Mr. McGuire that provided a bit, any more context before you met with Mr. Moore?
I don't believe I read the briefing note from Gord prior to my first conversation with Gary, only because I'm not sure Gord had the briefing note done that fast, but
okay,
yeah, can't be precise.
So when you went and met with Mr. Moore, you had the Tradewind report, which you had reviewed. You had some of that media that Mr. McGuire had sent you. Were you otherwise going in pretty uninformed? And I don't mean that in a disparaging way, but you just didn't have information apart from those pieces that I just mentioned?
Yeah, no, that's a fair characterization.
Did you experience Mr. Moore in the way you'd experienced him before? In other words, perhaps I'll put it differently. Did Mr. Moore react dismissively or defensively in that conversation?
No, I don't believe so. I think Gary, he didn't do that a lot with me, but so in that particular interaction, I don't recall any tension.
Did you ask him if Mr. Moore had shared the report with anyone else?
I can't remember the specific questions that I asked him, to be honest. I left there thinking that beyond a further interaction with Golders, that I got the impression that he hadn't shared it, but I can't remember if he precisely said that.
Did you raise with him that he'd made statements to the media, amongst other places, that about friction test results that appeared to be inconsistent to you and Mr. McGuire?
I don't believe I talked about the media article in my short meeting with Gary. No.
Okay. Coming out of that meeting with Mr. Moore, what were the next steps from your perspective?
Well, again, like when you get an emerging issue like this, there's kind of this expansion and contraction, if you will. So, I can't remember how soon after I ran into Gord again, and I said, hey, I talked to Gary, and shared with him what Gary had said to me. And I think I had asked him at the time, have you had a chance to talk to anybody else to find out if anybody else knows about this? I don't know if he'd had an opportunity to talk to anybody else to determine who else knew about it. But I do know at some point, Gord came back to me and said, yeah, nobody else knows about the tests. And the point I want to make on this is the message that I thought I got from Gord was that nobody else knew the testing was done. Weeks and weeks later, it became obvious to me that many people knew the tests were done, but they hadn't seen the results. And so I don't know if I misheard Gord in that earlier conversation, or if he maybe misspoke, but I just remember weeks and weeks later when I heard that, no, there was several people within Public Works who knew that the tests had been done. I remember that being a moment looking like that. I thought that's different than what I thought had happened. And that's just an example of when you're working an issue like this, sometimes it's a bit foggy in the early days and you're trying to gather information. And so.
On that point, you said much later you learned that other people did know. Yeah. Are you referencing that? I recall yesterday I took you to the email where Mr. Soldo is asking Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. White references a meeting with you that you don't recall. Do you remember that email that I took you to yesterday?
Sorry, vaguely.
Okay. I'll put this question a bit simpler. When you learned that other people knew later on, was that primarily people in traffic operations and engineering?
When I became aware that other people knew, my sense is that there was some in engineering services and some over in traffic.
Okay.
Because I have a memory that I think traffic may have helped arrange the traffic control when they were doing like traffic. They would have had to make traffic aware that something was going on the highway. They should have anyway. I mean, that was traffic. That was kind of their bailiwick, because to know, especially on the parkways, they should know if something's scheduled to be taking place out there. So.
For engineering services, did you come to later learn that apart from Mr. Beck, who we'll get back to, that other people in engineering services knew?
I have a vague memory that I think I learned that Rick Andoga knew, Sam Sadawi knew, possibly Marco, but I do have a memory that, and I don't know if I saw something, but I'm pretty sure Rick and Sam knew that the tests had been done. But again, what I was hearing and operating on was that they hadn't seen the results.
Okay, and that's what you were hearing both from Mr. McGuire in December, but then also later.
Correct.
After you learned about we can take this down, Registrar. After you learned about the Tradewind report in October and through that month of October, did you view the Tradewind report as a matter that you were going to have to stick handle?
Not that I was going to have to stick handle, but it was something that was clearly going to require a lot of my attention.
Were you trying to figure out what possible negative outcomes could flow from the discovery of its existence?
Absolutely. As time went on, it became evident that we probably have some kind of communications situation that might need cleaning up at some point, just because of the disparity of, I think, what a conclusion any person would make from reading the report versus the public statements. They don't feel, one thing's not like the other kind of thing. So,
Sure. So a communication situation. Were you also considering the potential that there would be legal liability that might be connected to the Tradewin report? Not the lack of its disclosure, but just the fact that it existed and it could be used in litigation.
I'm sure that crossed my mind at some point. Yeah.
And what about the safety of the Red Hill? This report in 2014 says low friction values. Did you view that as a possible negative outcome or a negative circumstance?
Well, the report said further investigation should be done. The report made a recommendation about, I believe it was about microsurfacing of some kind. By the time I was in possession of this report, the scheduling of the resurfacing was already well underway. But in a perfect world, it would have already happened in 2018. So I think that brought me some confidence that the report says do something, we're doing something. And because of my involvement with Dave Ferguson in those discussions about that kind of omnibus council report, I think it's 008, if I remember from yesterday.
Yep.
I had this sense of there were a variety of countermeasures that have been employed over a number of years, both from direction from council, and I think some of those were as a result of staff just deciding to do it anyway. So I thought we were in a pretty good spot.
Okay. The Tradewin report at that point was 4 years old.
Right.
Were you concerned, or did you even think that the friction values could be worse than they were in 2014? Did that cross your mind?
Probably. It probably crossed my mind. But again, I'll go back to my previous statement. But the countermeasures that have been being employed over the last 2, 3, 4 years, and the fact that the resurfacing was scheduled, and it was by this time was only months away before we were going to be resurfacing, and I thought we were in a decent position.
Okay. Did you have a date or a month in your mind when you understood resurfacing was going to happen?
When the actual resurfacing would start?
Yeah.
It was supposed to be early spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you suggest to Mr. McGuire that he go get another friction test to see the current status of the friction values on the Parkway?
I don't recall a conversation like that, no.
Registrar, could you bring up OD9A, page 112, please?
And maybe if I could just add to that, I don't recall a conversation like that. I suspect I wouldn't have a conversation like that. Between Gord and the engineers in his design department and division and Edward and his team, if something had to be done, I mean, by way of an example, if I found this report in my desk, my priority is to make sure Gord and Edward have it. Once they've got it, then I'm kind of in the back seat, and I'd be, following their lead as far as whatever they thought they needed to do.
And so if they thought that there was additional investigation that needed to be undertaken or additional immediate remediation that needs to be completed, you would expect that they would raise that with you?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to probe them to see if they were considering that?
Gosh, I hope not. And I don't believe so. I have a lot of faith in both those men. So.
Okay. Speaking of Mr. Soldo, on October 10, we have at the inquiry a set of minutes from a RHV working group. Registrar, could you pull out the just the table that's yeah, exactly right there. So your calendar shows that this actually might have been on the 9th, but in any event, the 9th or the 10th, it appears that you met with Mr. Soldo, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, and Mr. McGuire. It's a working group. Was this related to the group that eventually became the Parkway Management Committee?
I can't say for certain, but when I look at the attendees, that's my belief. Yeah.
Okay. So under the there's the agenda, proposed resurfacing, There's some letters, question mark, R question mark. And then under public works, it says action, Martin White to add street lighting, OBL item to safety report, and Gordon and Edward to co-write a safety audit report. So as of October 10, was the plan forming to pull together some of the items that engineering service and traffic were working on, much like in the way that had been done the year before with PW 18008?
I don't recall.
Okay, and you wouldn't have had much of a guiding hand on exactly how to communicate it up to council?
I might have been involved in the strategy of when are we going to council? How are we going to go to council? But as far as actually the details here, I wouldn't have gotten into the details, no.
Okay. Did you provide a copy of the Tradewind report or the Golda report to Mr. Soldo at or before this meeting?
I don't believe so. I have a memory that of a conversation with Gord and I don't know when it was, if it was the same day or the next day. And my memory is I said to Gord, does Edward have a copy of this? And by the time I asked the question, Gord had already provided Edward a copy of it. Like Gord wasn't waiting for me. So I don't know when that happened, but I do recall, when the thought crossed my mind, Gord had already done it. So.
Okay. By October 10th, Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire had already started the process to retain SEMA to conduct the roadside safety assessment. That's not referenced here, but do you recall, or maybe it is, SEMA safety audit, ramp, geometric inventories, durables? It's not identified in the same way as the report's eventually titled. But do you recall receiving information around this time that Mr. Soldo was working to get a roadside safety assessment about the Parkway, not the pavement, but everything else, signage and that sort of thing?
Yeah, that's familiar to me. I can't tell you when it started, but I do recall Edward talking about a roadside safety audit that he was having completed by SEMA. Yes.
Okay. And did you anticipate that Mr. Soldo would expand that to have SEMA review the Tradewind report?
I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down, and can you go to page 115 and 116, please? On November 5, by November 5, SEMA had sent a copy of its lighting study, which is that study that started earlier in 2018 to assess the EA and to assess what next steps would be on the path to assess whether the Parkway should be further illuminated. So it comes back, and Mr. Field sends to Mr. McGuire a draft of that report. Registrar, can you pull out the excerpt at 289, please? This report also contained a collision analysis by SEMA, which is here, which includes that wet surface collisions were found to represent approximately 57% of all collisions in the study area. Did Mr. McGuire convey to you that wet weather collisions coming from this recently completed study were still significantly higher compared to typical proportions?
He may have. It's not something I remember, but he may have.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? Recognizing you don't remember if he did or not, would you rely on Mr. McGuire to take that information and take whatever steps he viewed necessary as it relates to the Tradewind report?
Correct.
Registrar, can you go to page 125, please? And can you call out the the excerpted text under 310, please. So these are some notes taken by Brian Malone at SEMA about a call he had with Mr. McGuire on November 7. In the third paragraph down, this is about the lighting study. He says, he's concluded it makes no sense to proceed with recommending an EA for only lighting because Hamilton is also examining a number of other major improvements on the roads. Had Gord conveyed to you his view that it did not make sense to recommend an EA in respect of lighting at this time?
I don't recall. He may have.
If you go down to the last paragraph, Mr. McGuire also is reported by Mr. Malone in these notes as saying, Gord and Edward are going to complete the report, which referenced above is a joint report to council to discuss the lighting and roadside safety. And he says, Gord said, the intent is that they will conclude the report with a recommendation for funding to undertake a comprehensive review of the RHVP and link asset and complete a quote unquote functional evaluation for action going forward. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. McGuire in or around November about this plan to seek a functional evaluation?
It sounds familiar. I don't have a precise memory of it, but it sounds familiar.
Okay. And do you have a clear view about what a functional evaluation would be?
Not my strength. I would interpret that to be a review of the right of way all the way through to determine, look at things like if you're going to, if you should, and if you would widen it, probably look at lighting, probably look at sound, probably look at the use of a center barrier. I expect that's probably what it would look at.
Registrar, you can close this down. In November, excuse me, the city receives a FOI request specifically in respect of friction testing. We'll get to that in a moment. But in advance of the FOI request, did you anticipate that that Public Works, the department generally, would disclose the existence of the Tradewind report to council?
Oh, yeah, at some point, yeah. I think it was a matter of, if I can refer back to that analogy I gave you, as we worked through putting those puzzle pieces together, it certainly, felt like something that was probably going to have to be elevated for sure.
Why was that?
Just because of the amount of public statements and I was learning more. I think Gord may have been sharing more information with me, and just the highway was getting a lot of attention politically and from the community. There have been these public statements made that about the safety and the condition of the asphalt and that. And then we have this report that seems to diverge from what staff had been saying publicly. Would we be going to council? I mean, I don't know. My sense is like, okay, we're going to have to stick with this and figure this out. And at some point talk to Mike and figure out whether or not this needs to go further. But there's certain things when as you start to put a puzzle together, if you will, you just get a sense of, okay, this is growing legs and we're going to have to do something about this.
There was paving coming up though, which was going to deal with the pavement surface, going to change the pavement surface.
Right.
So why in that expected scenario did you think that this would have legs?
Well, I'm not sure if it would grow legs, but it's there's no different than when Dave Ferguson is doing something that he starts to feel he needs to elevate. This was starting to feel like at some point I was going to have to have a conversation with Mike about this.
Okay.
I needed to put in the work first, though. I wasn't going to bring Mike something that was only, 2 pieces of a 100-piece puzzle. I was going to try to continue in that swim lane, working away at trying to figure out, okay, what is this, what other information do we have? Who else knew about it? Were there any other studies done? All that kind of thing before I bring it to Mike.
Registrar, can you go into the OD at page 9A? Pardon me, that's not what I meant to say. Can you go into OD 9A at page 130? And can you call out 314 and 315, please? So this is the FOI that I was referencing earlier. It's on November 8, and you'll see in 113, it's access to memos or reports, drafts, correspondence about friction testing for the last 5 years, any reports, memos, including drafts, correspondence about asphalt or pavement testing assessments plans the last 2 years. The information sheet is due to be returned to the Access and Privacy Office by November 15, so a week later. Typically, do you personally deal with FOIs that come into the office if they aren't about you and documents in your custody?
No, I would have no role unless I had been involved in the particular file. I've dealt with FOIs throughout my career, and I would say what I observed is when I was kind of at the manager level is typically where I had most involvement with FOIs. Not that I had a ton, but kind of below and above the manager level. I think most of the work for FOIs usually ends up falling to managers, but yeah, not a ton, but.
Sorry to interrupt you. Registrar, you can close this down. But as general manager, you did not have the time to actually follow through on FOI requests and how they were being handled by the Public Works Department.
No, it wasn't unusual for the FOI request for it to come through the manager's office or us to be CC'd on it. And often what I would do is I would talk to my administrative coordinator and just make sure that she was forwarding it on. Nancy, she knew what to do. She'd already, by the time I'd ask her, she'd already have it in the department or the division that needed to work on it and was already underway.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? So you'll see right up at the top in the first paragraph, Mr. McGuire forwards this note to you very quickly. And he also forwards it to Ms. Edwards and Ms. Graham, Ms. Edwards in legal and Ms. Graham in communications. Did the prospect of having to disclose the trade wind report as in response to this FOI alter your thinking about what the next steps would be to try to put your puzzle together?
To try to put what? Sorry?
Your puzzle. You've been saying you're trying to put your pieces of your puzzle together?
Yeah. No, fair enough. I think what it did was to change the time scale on it. I at the risk of being unable to characterize this in a more eloquent way, I've got this trade wind issue over in the swim lane over here that we're slowly poking away at. I'm playing whack-a-mole with all the other issues that are happening in public works. This comes in and I look at that and I'm like, okay, this looks like a media request for that information, for that trade wind report that's kind of slowly grinding through our analysis over here. I think what I concluded was, okay, we got to hurry that up now. And so that ended up becoming more of a priority so that we could kind of put that puzzle together faster because we needed to understand it. Because I think very early on, it became evident that it was going to be a responsive document to this Freedom of Information request. And from my experience, this Freedom of Information request, the way it was written, the kind of the comprehensiveness of it, it felt like it was the media asking for it.
So in other words, you move it from what was something in the slower lane of your swimming pool into something that took much higher priority.
Yes, correct.
And was part of that, you said earlier, you thought there might be a communication situation. Did the prospect of having an FOI response to the media accelerate, not accelerate, did it enhance your view that that this was going to be a communication situation?
So this became evident pretty quickly that there was going to have to be a communications person on this file with us. Yes.
Yeah. And we know as we go through the chronology that eventually this matter is disclosed to council. Was it your view as soon as you received the FOI that this was going to have to go to council?
Yeah, again, you know, sometimes when you put an issue in the middle of the table, everybody knows just by looking at it where it's going. So my priority was to make Mike aware of it. Had I had to guess what Mike's reaction would be as far as bringing it to council, I think I knew what the answer was there, and I think I would have done the same thing. Mike and I have similar approaches and similar values, so I was expecting that once I gave it to Mike and once we were able to put as much of the puzzle together as we could and get that in front of Mike, I suspected this was going to council for sure.
Okay. I like the way you say sometimes you put something in the middle of a table and it's very obvious some of the steps that need to happen. If the FOI had not been received, there wasn't an FOI, how confident are you that this report would have been provided to council?
I would say that eventually we would have assembled the body of information and facts, or most of what we know now. I think we would have been able to assemble that, and I think we probably would have ended up in front of council anyway. It might have been much later because assembling those facts was kind of, you know, further over on the swim lane. It wasn't the priority at first. So I think the FOI certainly advanced the schedule of that, but I think we probably would have got to a point where there was enough of the puzzle put together that we would have absolutely sent it to council.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does seem like there was an extraordinary amount of work done in December and January to pull those pieces of your puzzle together. Is it fair to say that work was done in that compressed period of time because of the timing around the FOI?
I think that's fair. I think with everything else that was going on, we probably wouldn't have, this wouldn't have been in the center lane. It would have been out close to the edge, but the FOI forced us to get on with it.
Right. Okay. Do you think if it wasn't for the FOI request that it would have taken sort of months to pull all of these pieces of bits of information together?
That's hard to know. It would just depend on how fast the information was coming in and what else was distracting us. We were, one of the big distractions for Gord at the time was trying to get the capital budget in front of the new council. That happens in early December. Mm-hmm. Once that's done, and once Gord and his team were working on setting up a process to try to continue to get information over to the auditor for his audit. I suspect that kind of by the holidays and after the holidays, Gord probably would have had more capacity to chase this up and to put time into it. So it might have delayed it. The timing might have been a month or two different, but again, it's hard to speculate because you just don't know how fast you're going to assemble this. I do recall being struck by the fact that once we started meeting as a group with Mike and legal and that, it was kind of surprising to me at how much new information I was finding out, and kind of I was kind of at the center of it. But as I said earlier, when you start working an issue like this and you separate and you try to go get information, you keep coming back. In those first 2 or 3 meetings, a lot of information came into those meetings that I wasn't even aware of. So.
Excuse me. So you said you mentioned Mr. Zagaric earlier, and that you were you could see that you had to raise this to him. just before we get there, one last question before you spoke to Mr. Zagaric. Were you aware at this point, that is when you receive the FOI, you go, oh, okay, I see the trade wind report is going to be likely responsive. Were you aware that Mr. McGuire, that audit was also conducting the value for money? I mean, I know you had that email exchange with Mr. McGuire, but pardon me, Mr. Pellegrini. But had you connected those two things in your mind?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you can close this down, Registrar. How did you get in touch with Mr. Zagaric?
I think the first communication I had with Mike is I called him.
When was that?
It was, I want to say November 7th, 8th, 9th, something like that. I think it was the beginning of the second week of November, if I recall correctly.
Okay, so the FOI comes in on the 8th and goes and is flipped to you that same day. Do you think it was the same day you received the FOI?
Probably the same day or the next day, yeah.
Okay. And by this point, had you read the Golder report?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. What did you tell Mr. Zagaric?
I don't recall what I said to him on the phone that day, other than I'm chasing up an issue here that has emerged, and the issue appears to be part of the scope of a freedom of information request that we just received. So we need to get together so we can start to walk you through what we've got and that kind of thing. I do recall Mike was actually in his car at the time, so I don't think it was a long phone call. But I think it was something to the effect of, we probably need to get together in the next couple of days so I can walk you through this. Okay.
And you felt there was some urgency in getting together in the next couple of days. I'm sure that's a difficult prospect for both you and the city manager. You thought that was necessary?
So I'm careful with kind of language here. When you're in the public works world, an emergency is usually a car's gone into a sinkhole, or there's I don't think I characterize this as an emergency, but it was urgent. You know what I mean? Like
I think I said urgency, not emergency.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So I thought you said emergency. Yeah. No, it was definitely, I'm sure Mike was hearing a sense of urgency in my voice for sure.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up OD9A, page 149? If you see at the bottom of this page 153, Mr. Zagaric wrote to his assistant and said, urgent meeting. Can you set up a meeting with myself, Dan McKinnon, Ron Sabot? Registrar, could you pull up 150, please? Subject, FIPA Expressway, preferably tomorrow or Wednesday. Thanks. Do you recall discussing with Mr. Zagaric bringing in Mr. Sabot from Legal Services?
Do I recall discussing with Mr. Zagaric about bringing in Mr. Sabot?
Yeah. Did you suggest we should have legal there?
I don't recall. I don't know if that was a suggestion from me or if Mike just made that decision. I don't recall.
Did you find it atypical to have legal services involved in FOI requests?
It was not uncommon.
Do you recall meeting with Mr. Zagaric and Mr. Sabot? Looks like it was a meeting set for November 13th. You'll see at 3:51.
Yeah, I don't recall anything unusual about the meeting. Clearly we met, but I don't recall it with precise memory. No.
Okay. It looks like Ms. McNeil, Berdina McNeil, also attended. Do you remember her there?
I feel like that's the first time I met Berdina, so that memory sticks out in my mind.
Okay. Did the attendees of this meeting receive a copy of the Tradewind report or the Golder report before or at the meeting?
I don't recall. This may have been, it's a pretty hastily organized meeting. This may have been me just going in and just kind of walking them through it verbally. I don't know if we brought any supporting material.
So coming out of this, and you'll see at the bottom of page 150, there's a reference to Ms. McNeil seeking an extension of time on the FOI. Do you remember during your meeting with Mr. Zagaric and others, the suggestion that getting a bit of breathing room from the deadline would be helpful?
I remember having a discussion about getting some breathing room, whether or not it happened in that meeting or how it went down. I don't remember the details now.
Okay.
I think the idea of getting an extension was discussed probably more than once for a variety of reasons.
Do you remember anything else about this meeting with Mr. Zagaric and others, and sort of what the next steps were going to be coming out of that meeting?
We would have established next steps, probably just verbally at this point, but no precise memory.
What do you understand the next steps would be?
If I hadn't provided paper copies of it, I would have went back to court and said, okay, listen, we need to get copies to, Ron, Mike, Berdina. Give them an opportunity to review it, give them an opportunity to review the Freedom of Information request. Gord was very good at assembling information. So if his briefing note was prepared by then, which I think it likely was, he probably would have sent that over. He probably would have sent over links from the articles. And so I'm speculating, probably shouldn't do that, but this would have been customary for this type of emerging issue for us to assemble whatever information we had to try to help inform everybody who was now going to be on the team responding to it.
So that sounds like what you'd have to do for the FOI. Were there discussions particularly about reporting to council?
In that first meeting?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
Again, to use your earlier analogy, was it one of the circumstances where it was so obvious that this was going to have to be reported to council if the Tradewind report was responsive?
That was my impression. Whether or not we kind of had an overt conversation about it, I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to 9A, page 161, please? Can you bring up 162 as well, please? Thank you. So I'm going to walk you through some documents just so that we can get to where we need to be. At the bottom of 386, Mr. Salick, who is at SEMA, sent a draft of the roadside safety assessment report to Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Vala, Mr. Hayegi, who's at SEMA, Mr. Malone, and Mr. Battassini, who are also at SEMA. And there's a fair bit of information here about that draft. You're not copied on this email. Registrar, can you now bring up 162 and 163? And can you pull at the bottom of 162, 387, please? Thank you. The section of the draft report said wet weather collisions were found to represent 64% of mainline collisions and 73% of ramp collisions. The proportion of wet surface collisions on the mainline presented an increase compared to the 2015 study. Did anyone tell you that in or around when SEMA sent this report, which was November 23?
Sorry, is your question, did anybody share this with me?
share the collision patterns that are set out in these 3 bullet points. Or this, pardon me, the first bullet point.
They may have, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall learning at some point in November or December that SEMA's more recent studies around collisions showed that collisions in wet weather conditions were getting worse since their earlier reports, not better?
Again, I don't recall anybody coming to me and saying, based on this, we need to do something. I may have seen this information. I don't recall.
Okay. I asked because earlier in your evidence, you said that you'd received information that countermeasures had been done following SEMA's 2015 study. And so did you receive any information that caused you to question whether those countermeasures were as effective as or were effective?
I didn't ask that question, and I don't recall anybody saying anything to me. I would have been relying on Edward and his team to interpret this information, make the appropriate recommendations, and then follow up on them. But I don't recall anybody coming to me and requiring my involvement in it.
Registrar, can you go to page 157, please? I think that's page 157. Page 156, please. Thank you. You'll see at the top of this page on November 20, Kim Gorel sent in a calendar invitation to Ms. Audie, Mr. Sabot, Mr. McClellan, you, and I think a boardroom location. It was a meeting scheduled for November 26th, and the title was Next Steps on RVH. To your recollection, is this the meeting that follows your meeting on November 13th? Or perhaps I'll put it differently. Do you remember having discussions between November 13th and November 26th with legal services or Mr. McGuire about the Red Hill issue?
I don't know. I don't imagine there was a meeting about this issue that I did not attend. I suspect I was at every one, but I don't remember the specific dialogue in any particular one.
I understand. I was more questioning, there's a November 13th meeting with Mr. Zagaric, and then there's some next steps that you're trying to figure out. This looks like the next scheduled meeting with a calendar invitation, but do you recall having other discussions with legal services or Mr. McGuire before this meeting?
I don't recall. No.
Okay. Ms. Audie is at this meeting, and you later ask her, and you'll see this is at the bottom of this page at 371. Registrar, can you pull that out? So she sends an email to her colleagues in legal and risk, but she says, further to our discussion last week, do you have any concerns with Dan McKinnon speaking to Gary Moore on the issue of the report and get more information? So I think I misspoke just a moment ago when I suggested that you asked her that. And my question is, in fact, did you ask her advice about whether you should contact Mr. Moore?
I may have. I don't recall precisely that I asked her if I could talk to Gary. I think by this time I'd already spoken to him once.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
You did, but that was a quick sort of drop into his office. Were you of the view in mid-November that you needed to have a meeting with him where you planned out your questions, where you were able to put things to him, something much more formal and prepared than the one you'd had with him before?
I did. I did have a belief that we needed to try to get more information out of Gary. And just as you described it, I mean, to the extent where eventually I wanted somebody else to do it because I was starting to feel a little self-conscious that I wasn't asking the right questions or I wasn't, making good enough notes. I wanted to make sure somebody else had an opportunity to speak to him. But I think this was eventually the impetus for Gord and I meeting with Gary in my office.
Thank you. Can you close this call out? Did you have? Actually, I'm going to stop there. I'm just looking at the time. It's 11 o'clock. And that's the time that we've started to take our break. So, Commissioner, I'd suggest before I move on to a slightly related but different topic that we take our break. I think you're on mute, Commissioner.
Sorry, I thought I'd unmuted. My apologies. Let's take the usual break and we'll return at 11:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. So we were just talking about events at the end of November and a meeting that was scheduled with legal services. Registrar, can you go into OD 9A, page 156, please? And just going back to the paragraph we were looking at about that calendar invitation at 369, if you could call that out. So this calendar invitation is to Ms. Audium and Mr. Sabot in legal, and Mr. McLennan is on this email as well, and he's from Risk. Did you know him?
Yes.
And did you have an understanding about why he would be involved in this meeting in respect to the Red Hill?
No, it did not seem unusual to see him in the room, but I don't know specifically the purpose for him being there.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to 159, please? And if you could call it 377. So this is an email that you were not copied on. It's between Diana Swaby from Risk and Terry Shillington, who is a partner at a law firm, Shillington's LLP, who works for the city. Did you know Ms. Swaby?
I've met Diana. I don't know her well, but yeah.
Do you recall, was she at this meeting on November 26th?
I don't recall her being at any of those Red Hill meetings, but I can't say for certain.
Okay. I ask because you'll see she emails Mr. Shillington and says, I'm meeting with the GM of Public Works, as well as the Director of Legal Services and John McClellan in our office concerning an FOI request to release this report. I take it they do not want to release this report. Do you have a moment to discuss the implications of the release and how this report affects the litigation we have ongoing with the Link and the Red Hill? Does that, so you don't remember Ms. Swaby there on that meeting, despite her email saying that she is meeting with you?
I'm not confident in my memory there, so she may have been there.
Are you confident in your memory that Mr. McLennan was there?
I don't have a precise memory of the meeting, to be honest, so I'm not sure.
Recognizing you don't have a precise memory of this meeting, were you advised at that meeting that there was litigation that was ongoing about motor vehicle accidents on the Link or the Red Hill?
I became aware of that, but I don't know if it was in that meeting or if it was prior to this or subsequent to this. I'm just not sure.
Okay. Did you understand if the Tradewind report was already circulating within the law firms or legal services as it related to pieces of litigation?
I don't think I knew that.
Did you assume the opposite, or did you know the opposite?
I don't think I thought about it. I don't think I'd had the discussion with anybody about it. It wasn't the thing I was thinking about.
Okay. And I think you said earlier in your evidence that when you spoke to Mr. Moore, you didn't ask him about if he'd given the Tradewind report to anybody.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I asked him the question that way. I think it was, my focus was like, who in engineering did you work with on this kind of thing? Not outside the department.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. So given the involvement or the attendance of individuals from risk and from legal at this meeting, what do you recall the purpose of that November 26th meeting to be?
I don't have a precise memory.
Okay. Was it the first time that you met with Ms. Audie about this?
Again, not it's likely, but I can't say with certainty.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to OD9A page 166, please? And can you pull up 167 as well, please? Thank you. So you'll see at the bottom of 166, you and Mr. McGuire and Mr. Moore met on November 27, and you took some handwritten notes of that meeting. Do you recall that meeting with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Moore?
I do.
Registrar, can you call out the text at the top of page 167? So Mr. McKinnon, these are a transcript of your notes that the inquiry is obtained. You say your handwriting is atrocious when you ask someone to transcribe these. So I thought we would go with the transcription rather than your handwritten notes. But you were taking handwritten notes during the meeting, is that right?
Correct.
What was the purpose of this meeting?
This was so the end of November. This was getting to be 2 months after Gord found the report. It's 3 or 4 weeks after I'd made Mike aware. I think Gary's voice was absent from the process, other than the 5 or 10 minute conversation I had with him when I dropped into his office. And I felt it was, we needed to hear from Gary. We needed to get his kind of quote unquote side of the story. So that was the impetus for having the meeting. And ultimately it produced these notes.
Why did you bring Mr. McGuire to this meeting?
I'm humble enough to appreciate I might not think of all the right questions to ask. One of the things that I find difficult is to actually make notes while I'm in a meeting, because then I'm not like, I can't pay attention to the meeting and make notes. So I thought Gord seems to have a real skill in that regard. So having us both make notes, one might catch something the other one didn't catch, that kind of thing. And, with Gord in the position he's in now, he might think of some questions that I hadn't thought of. So I think we had a few questions prepared ahead of time, but I think some of this was organic when we were in the room as well.
Okay. What do you recall about the tone of the meeting?
I don't have any recollection of it being acrimonious or anything like that. I think it was a typical. I don't want to say a typical Gary meeting. Gary is he has a certain communication style. So, but there was nothing in the meeting that upset me as far as tone or his behavior.
Given what you've said about how you find taking notes, are these the notes that reference the things that you found to be most important, rather than a comprehensive set of everything that was said back and forth?
It's probably a blend of both. This would be, I was trying for as much as comprehensive as I could possibly be, while at the same time listening and thinking. A lot of times when you hear an answer, it prompts you to ask a different question or another question, that kind of thing. So I didn't want to get so distracted taking notes that I didn't ask all the questions, but I also didn't want to have to rely on my memory after the fact. So I was trying hard to take as many notes as I could. I think the meeting only lasted maybe 40 minutes. So.
Okay. So the first thing that you have in your notes is sub-consultant Golder's sub-consultant trade run only received in draft. At this point, you you had a copy of the trade wind report,
I'm certain I would have by this time, yeah.
and do you recall, did it have a draft stamp on it?
I don't recall that, but it's evident that I was aware of that.
And the Golder report, had you reviewed it? The Golder report that appended the trade wind report by this point?
I suspect I did. I probably didn't spend a ton of time reading it line by line, but I'm sure I had kind of done a cursory review of it.
Okay. Why were you interested? I'm going to take from the back and forth where there's reference to being paid for it. Why are you interested in whether Golder was paid for it?
That would have been related to the previous line that it was in draft. Did something happen during this process where, you know, you cut the assignment off short, and that's why it stayed in draft, and you didn't end up paying the full pop? Or like, just help me understand that.
And what did Mr. Moore say about why the report or reports were only in draft and not final?
I don't recall precisely.
Do you recall generally, or you just don't have a recollection?
I don't have a recollection.
A couple of lines down, it says this was undertaken in response to anecdotal stories that it was slippery. Did you know at the time that Golder had another contract with the city?
I don't believe I knew one way or the other. It wouldn't surprise me. Golder did a fair bit of work with the city. So,
were you aware that Golder had been involved in the construction phase of the Red Hill
when it was originally built?
Yeah.
I think I probably knew that, but I'm not confident in that memory. But that sounds familiar.
Your notes say ultimately Gary felt it was inconclusive, but recommended we should do more testing. The it in that sentence, is that the trade wind report?
I believe so, yes.
Did Mr. Moore give you detail about what aspects of the report he found to be inconclusive?
To the best of my recollection, it was he mentioned that it was a UK standard, and although there was no kind of generally accepted standard here, because it was a UK standard, and his interpretation of it, that's the only thing that I can recall him mentioning as it related to why he felt it was inconclusive.
Did you understand at this point that Mr. Moore had expertise in order to assess the conclusiveness of this report?
I was aware that Gary had a history of being a materials guy. I, in a general sense, knew that him and Ludimir had authored papers and that kind of thing. So and that he had done a fair bit of, I'm not sure what word to use here, experimenting with different mix designs over the years on different roads in Hamilton. So I know Gary was very interested and motivated and, skilled at the materials part of road construction. So, and in particular, the asphalt mixes, that he was often talking about it. So I certainly had a sense that that's where that was his mojo. So.
And from your non-technical perspective, you saw friction testing as being part of his area of expertise?
Friction testing on its own, I'm not sure I would have considered Gary an expert at friction testing, but I had an expectation that Gary would understand how the friction tests were done, the results that come from them, that kind of thing. Whether or not he was an expert on friction, I'm not sure, but I thought he was certainly familiar and aware and informed and had an understanding of how it worked.
In the next line, there's a reference to a CTAA, which I believe is a conference in Hamilton, November 2017, came home and then programmed the RHVP resurfacing in 2018, met with HIP contractors in Halifax. Did you ask Mr. Moore why he waited between early 2014 to November 2017 to program the RHVP resurfacing?
I believe I did. I think that conference was actually in Halifax, but I do recall asking him that, and the only answer that I recall, and I don't think I've actually documented it here. I can't remember if I asked him in this meeting. Was that he had gone back? I think he was working with Golders, and he had gone back for, I can't recall if it's further interpretation on the results or to ask them, well, what further investigation should they do? It had something to do with Golders, but it feels like it kind of went one way and then never ever came back, and then time passed. So.
Okay, and do you think that that was at this meeting or a later meeting?
I feel he made reference to it in the 5-minute meeting, and I feel like he made reference to it here, but it doesn't appear I made any notes on it. So
okay,
fuzzy.
Did you ask him if his decision to program the RHVP resurfacing in 2018 was connected to the friction value set out in the trade wind report?
I don't think I asked him that question outright.
Your notes report that Mr. Moore indicated MTO was having problems with their mixes but didn't tell anyone. This is under the line 2007. Do you recall knowing before this meeting with Mr. Moore that there had been a discussion in the industry about early age friction issues with stone mastic asphalt?
I became aware of that issue through this process. I don't know if it was before this meeting or after. It was late in the year when I think I learned about that issue.
Okay. Your notes say February 2018, Gary indicated we sat on it for a while. Was that Gary's language? We sat on it?
I don't know. I wasn't transcribing word for word, so I can't say for certain if that was the exact language that he used.
Okay, and the it here, is that the trade wind report, or is that something else?
I think it's either the report or the issue that it was identifying one of the other. Yeah.
Okay. And he said, your notes reflect, ultimately decided to do polished stone value analysis. Did you understand polished stone value analysis was a test for frictional qualities from this meeting?
I don't recall. I mean, in a general sense, that makes sense to me, but I don't know that I made the connection or anybody else made the connection directly to friction, that's the primary reason for doing that analysis. I can't remember when I learned that.
Okay, that is really my question. Did you have a sense that there was a connection between or that was the purpose of PSV testing, or did you understand coming out of this meeting that it was related to the hot in place assessment?
I don't think I knew either way.
Okay. At this point, in the meeting with Mr. Moore, did you know whether the city had results of that testing that had been done in Ireland?
By the end of November?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you later come to learn about the results of the PSV testing?
I don't know if they were shared with me or not. They may have been. I don't recall.
Okay. Your last line in your notes is Gary suggested having legal reach out to MTO about their protocol around FOI for such request. What does that relate to?
I think it's just, I think that was just offered up by Gary. Appears to be near the end of the meeting.
I understand, but just in term, and I can read the words, but what was the suggestion particularly? Maybe I'll start with this. Was it the suggestion that city legal reach out to the MTO?
That's what I think he's suggesting there, is to have city legal reach out to the MTO. I concluded that Gary's comment in the interview that he'd done with the Spectator was something to the effect of, cities never released this information for legal reasons. And so, that thought is in his head and he's sharing it with me, that we should have legal to confirm whether or not the information needs to be shared.
Okay. Did he say that thought that you now think was in his head, that no one ever shares this kind of information? Did he say that? Did he give that context to this suggestion?
I believe he did, yeah.
Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to 171, please. You have the notes transcribed, and then you it looks forward your notes to, pardon me, you take your notes, I think you have them scanned, and then you forward them in paragraph 111 to Ms. Audie. Why did you want Ms. Audie to have a copy of your notes of the call with Mr. Moore?
I recall that we, in the meetings that, whether it was with Nicole or Mike or both, that I mentioned earlier, I wanted Gary's voice to be heard in this. I wanted to be fair to Gary through this process. And I'm, because I'm not great at transcription and I may not have asked types of questions that they wanted. I didn't want to bring that information to her verbally. I wanted them to have it in writing right away so that I didn't lose any detail, or so that they understood what I had asked Gary and what his answers were, because I figured that was likely going to be important for the next time we got together and met.
Thank you. Had any discussions with Ms. Audie about Mr. Moore's working relationship with the city at this point?
The subject came up at some point. I don't know. I don't recall if it was here or later. But there was a conversation about it at some point. I just can't remember when.
Thank you. Registrar, you can go, if you could go to page 169, please. And if you can call it 401. So I'm going to ask you some questions now about the audit. In November, end of November 2018, Mr. Sharma, who is in engineering services, emailed Mr. Pellegrini under the subject line Red Hill Valley Report. And he says the Red Hill report that redacted as advised by legal. Engineering services received an FOI on the Red Hill. The complete report and other documents are currently being reviewed by legal. Once the review is complete, we will provide a complete / non-redacted package for your review. Were you aware that engineering services was providing a redacted copy of a report to audit services before Mr. Sharma sent this email?
I don't believe I became aware of that until after the fact.
So Mr. McGuire is away for a period of time in mid-November. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Sharma or Ms. McNeil in legal services or anyone else about whether or not to redact?
I don't believe I did. No.
So when you say you became aware of that after the fact, no one discussed the possibility of redaction with you beforehand?
I don't believe so. No.
And this eventually does get sort of escalated to you. Registrar, can you go to page 191 and 2? And if you can call out the top of 191 down to 433. Thanks. So Mr. Pellegrini wrote in response, and I think the date is cut off, but I believe it's December 4th. No, pardon me, it's December 3rd. He wrote, he copied in, and I can go to it, it's on the earlier page, but he copied in Mr. McGuire and Mr. Brown, and then you'll see here at the top of the page, Ms. Menard, and he says, audit needs an unredacted version of the report. And this, he references as a report from Golder Associates. We can't wait till legal has completed its review. That process may take months and we will have an impact. Mr. McGuire responded the same day and said, we're happy for you to review the file. We have a copy here and you can arrange with Diana to come and see a copy. And then he CC'd in Berdina McNeil. And he gives some summary that the data withheld relates to friction testing and subject to an FOI on that subject. Registrar, you can close that down. And separately, he emailed a copy of that email to Mr. Sabot and then Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil the following day. And he says to Ms. McNeil, and Registrar, if you can pull at 192. So this is the following, this is December 4th at the third to last paragraph. However, today the auditor visited my office while I was in a meeting and made copies of the report. He mentioned that staff allowed it, but I previously discussed access to these files with him and I thought that our approach was understood. He says, I am concerned that the audit now has records that may be released prior to our MFIPA response. This may influence our position on the file. I may be overreacting, but feel this is an element that requires some higher level understanding. As such, I've copied Dan McKinnon. Can you advise of our possible next steps? So this is flipping to Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil and copied to you. Do you recall also having a conversation with Mr. McGuire about this when the circumstance where the auditor came to his office and made copies of the report?
Yeah, Gord made me aware of that.
And when he made you aware of that, was that the first time you learned that redacted copies had been provided to the auditor?
I don't know if that's the first time or if I knew before that. I'm fairly certain I didn't know about the redacted copies going to the auditor until after it happened. fairly confident about that, but whether or not it was before Dominic came and made these copies or not, I can't recall.
Okay. Mr. McGuire says he was concerned about a timing issue, that the auditor now has records that may be released prior to our MFIPR response. Did you share that concern that Mr. McGuire had?
I don't think so. These types of back and forth happen sometimes. I think at the time I had a sense that the audit was going to go for a long time. So that I didn't think anything was imminent coming out of the audit. But also that, eventually we'd get the right people in the room and we'd have a discussion about it. So this wasn't sausage making, but it was one of those things that I just knew it would get worked out over time.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to 196? And pull out 447. So in an email, and following up on this again, still December 4th, you say he was in your office and he was very frustrated. He felt a little betrayed about what happened. And you are sending this to Mr. Zagaric and Ms. Audie. You said, "This is new water for me." So recognizing it's not sausage making, but you think it can get resolved. At this time, did you see the issue between the auditor and engineering staff as one that really did require thoughtful consideration and escalation up to Mr. Zagaric?
Yeah, I mean, that was the impetus for the email there. Just to add a bit of context, I can't think of an example in my career at the City of Hamilton where documents requested by the auditors were ever redacted. I'd never heard of that before. The idea of Dominic coming to Gord's office and getting a hold of him the way he did, that wasn't cool. That just didn't feel right. But he had them now, and it was after the fact. So, but I did feel like I needed to connect with Mike on it, and out of respect for the fact that Gord was acting on legal advice, that's likely why I CC'd Ms. Audie.
Okay. Do you recall getting advice from Mr. Zagaric on in response to this email?
I don't recall precisely. To my earlier comment, the deal was done then. They had the document, so it was a bit of a moot point at that point. Nobody was going to be, once Charles had the documents, nobody was going to tell him what to do with it. He works independently. So,
Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to 222 and 223, please. Registrar, could you call out the bottom of 527 on 222? And also the top of 223, please. So Mr. Brown emailed Mr. Zagaric and said, relayed sort of what happened, and that there, from Mr. Brown's view, Mr. McGuire was originally
Sorry to interrupt. I have a frozen screen. Is it just me?
We have that on our end as well.
yeah.
Everyone, sorry, it looks like we just lost both commission counsel and the commissioner, so I'm just gonna move everybody into breakout rooms and hopefully we can get them back soon.
Thanks very much.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do so.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. McKinnon, for our abrupt lunch break. Our internet is back and seems to be fine. Just before we get into the evidence, given our early lunch break, Commissioner and Mr. McKinnon, I suggest that we take a lunch break around 2:45 and then come back and proceed for the rest of the day. Does that make sense, Commissioner?
Yeah, an afternoon break rather than a lunch break.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't need another lunch break.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. McKinnon, I think we were just about to start talking about the auditor. I may have been talking into the void for some time. So why don't we pick up where I think we left off. Registrar, can you bring up OD 9, page 222 and 223? And can you call out 527? And can you also call at the top of 223? Thank you, sir. I think this is where we were before our lunch break. So on December 10th, Mr. Brown emailed Mr. Zagaric, and he raised some concerns about Mr. McGuire refusing to meet with Mr. Pellegrini to provide, or pardon me, he met with him during a meeting, refused to provide information or discuss the matter. This is following the Mr. Pellegrini's obtaining the unredacted Golder report. And then there's some excerpts from the Municipal Act, which is below. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can call out 528 and 529, please. So Mr. Zagaric responds the next day and says, as Dan is, which I think is reference to you, Mr. McKinnon, is Gord's direct supervisor, have you raised this with him? And then he also says, I have asked Dan, Gord, and Edward to undertake an immediate external independent assessment of traffic operations on the RHP and possible next steps to secure public safety prior to a briefing with the mayor and council. So just stopping there, had Mr. Zagaric asked you, or to your knowledge, Mr. McGuire and Mr. Soldo to undertake an immediate external independent assessment of traffic operations on the Red Hill?
I don't recall a request using that kind of language, no.
Thank you. So just back into the following the train with the auditor on the issue of the redacted Golder report. So Mr. Zagaric says, have you raised this with Mr. McKinnon as Mr. McGuire's direct supervisor? Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to the next page, please. And call up 531. So Mr. Brown, it looks like goes back to Mr. McGuire and now is copying you, asking for or advising that he'd opened an investigation specific to friction management on the Red Hill and asked for a number of documents to be provided and preserved. Do you remember this series of exchanges arising out of the Mr. Pellegrini obtaining a copy of the unredacted Golder report?
I do.
Registrar, can you close this down? And if you can call it the next paragraph, please. You take the audit services off the chain and email Mr. Zagarek, copying Mr. McGuire, and note your time pressures. You said capital budget at a critical time, the FOI request, the work stemming from that. You reference shenanigans from Ward 1. Think it's getting crazy, and you note that there is no manager of asset management, and you ask for some, or you say we just need some breathing room. So just stopping there, you've mentioned earlier in your evidence that it was a very busy time. There's a number of things going on for you and for Mr. McGuire. Does this email the points in this email to Mr. Zagarek cover off some of those things that you were dealing with within Public Works?
Correct. These are all related just to engineering services, nothing to do with the other 7 divisions.
There were significant issues in the other 7 divisions, or at least some of them. Is that fair?
Oh yeah. We had significant, not to go on a literary tangent here, but in the months of from June to October in 2018, we had more unprecedented issues emerge like I've never seen in my career, almost in every division. It was extraordinary.
Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to the next page, please.
And maybe just while you're changing pages there, I don't think I've mentioned this. I believe it was in around this time too, specifically for Gord. If I recall correctly, council had found a significant amount of additional money to have a bunch of road work done. Oops, sorry. And so I think Gord may have had an extra $20 or $30 million worth of road work that council wanted to have either done in 2018 or 2019, if memory serves me right. So it was a very unusual time.
Registrar, could you also bring up 226, please? And if you could call out 534. And I think it would be helpful to call out really all of 226 on the other page if you can. Or we can start with 534. So Mr. McKinnon, it looks like you start to take over in some discussions with Mr. Brown at this point. Why was it that you became the point person for audit services?
I think I was reacting to the posture that Charles was creating with his, under authority of auditor, blah, blah, blah. It was clear that, he was in a different place then. I don't recall having spoken to Charles by that point, which is unfortunate because I think I had a very good relationship with Charles. But it was clear he was at the end of his rope, and it was like, okay, I need to get involved here and talk to Charles directly. More than anything, what I was trying to help him understand was the constraints and the pressure that Gord was under. There was nothing in the work that Charles was doing that I didn't believe could wait a few weeks, and so that was the motivation for me becoming involved.
Thank you. So I won't take you into this because I think you fairly summarized that Mr. Brown was expressing some frustration. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could bring up 335 to 337, please. Thank you. The inquiry doesn't have confirmation about whether you spoke to Mr. Brown or not, if it was by phone, but I certainly can direct you to your email at 535, where you say, I'm happy to discuss this. And you try to explain some of the resource pressures. And you ask for a phone call. And he responds, that would be fine. Can Dominic and I come and speak to you? Just yourself before we have a meeting. I need to speak with some candor. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Brown?
I do, and I I feel like I've seen in the evidence here, and it would be correct. I think he actually came to see me over at City Hall one day when we were in committee. I
think
hope
that-
I'm not mixing two things together, but I think he came and I stepped out of committee and we met for a bit.
I think that is exactly right. Were you in a boardroom at there, or did you just stand in the hall? How did you have that conversation?
So there's I'll call it a staff room. We called the ante room beside council chambers where staff will assemble prior to committee meetings. It might have been in there, but I have a sense we might have moved to the city manager boardroom, if I'm not mistaken. So it's one or the other.
Thank you. And did you have a discussion in which Mr. Brown spoke with candor?
Yep. Charles and I had a relationship. We always spoke with candor to each other. So
What concerns, if any, did Mr. Brown and Mr. Pellegrini express to you about the value for many roads audit?
I don't really remember with any precision, but I think he was frustrated with what he thought was Gord just not being responsive to the work that they were doing. And that, you know, under his authority, he could kind of, I'll probably get this wrong the way I'm describing it, but he could basically take it from an audit to an investigation. And he either had just done that or he was contemplating doing it. And so that would certainly elevate the issue and probably give him other powers if he needed them. And, you know, I didn't think any of that was necessary. We just needed a bit of time to get a bit of breathing room. But so I wanted him to hear that from me.
Okay. And I assume you expressed that. What was his response?
I don't recall exactly what his response was. I think he started to understand, you know, where we were coming from. And if I recall correctly, I think we did agree to give us some time to just get through the issues we were dealing with, and then we could focus on his work.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to page 195, please. And if you can call up 443. On December 4th, Ms. Audie emailed you and Mr. Zagaric with the subject line meeting on the RHVE. And she says, based on my conversations with Gordon Berdina today, I think we need to get everyone together at the same time to discuss the totality of reports and information on this issue and review options for next steps. And she references people she wants there and anyone else you think should be there. By December 4th, what do you recall was the plan to deal with the disclosure of the trade wind report, but also all the other totality of reports as Ms. Audie explains it or identifies it?
I don't have a precise memory of the V plan on the 4th. You know, I think I was describing earlier that this just looks like another cycle of bring everybody back together. Okay, what reports are in scope? What are they telling us? Decide if there's any other data or information that we need to go and gather. So I think it was just another one of those. That's the way I would characterize this meeting. It was another coming together of the team, see what we have, discuss it, and then a continuing strategy development about are we going to council? I think it was pretty obvious to us from the get-go we were going to council, but what else might we need? And so I see this as just another cycle of that process.
Okay, I hear you when you say it's another cycle, because I as we'll get into, there's a number of meetings that you attend. This is really one of the first on December 6th,
right.
And so focusing on those sort of early days of that rash of meetings that you end up having through December and January. Do you remember specifically whether there was a plan to report to council with the trade wind report and all of the other public works reports together, or whether the plan at this very early stage was to do what eventually happened, which was report to on the trade wind issue at one meeting and do a report on public works reports at another meeting.
To borrow on my previous metaphor, I think at this point there was still a fair bit of fog, and there was still some puzzle pieces missing. So I don't have a precise memory of it, but I suspect that it was too early to have a firm, detailed plan that would say we're going at this meeting, you're going at that meeting, kind of thing. I don't think we're far enough down the road at this point.
Okay. Was there any discussions at this meeting about legal services retaining an external lawyer?
I don't recall.
Do you recall having the discussions with Ms. Audie or others in legal services about them retaining an external counsel at any point?
That conversation may have happened with the larger group, but it's not memorable to me. No.
Okay. So sitting here today, you can't recall if you had knowledge that legal services was retaining external counsel?
At some point I became aware of it. I just can't tell you when.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you understand the scope of what external legal counsel would be doing?
I don't think I asked. I don't think it was shared with me. Maybe maybe I operate at a too simplified a level. It kind of made sense. For the previous 6 months, Public Works, with all of those issues that had emerged, had brought to legal services an extraordinary amount of work that was never in anybody's work plan. And I won't kind of distract for too long, but we had the Shadow Creek spill. We had to shut down our organics facility. Both of those events attracted charges from the Ministry of Environment, which was something that had happened for the first time in my career. We had a reconstruction of an arena project in Dundas that had gone completely off the rails. Legal had to become deeply involved in that. We had a situation in the spring with our waste management contractors where we had to get legal to get involved in that. So we had brought legal, I would argue, an unprecedented body of work since about June that they had no idea was coming, nor did we. And so I think there was a number of occasions where they had to secure the services of outside legal to help them with all these different files. So I don't think anybody asked my opinion or my approval, or necessarily did I help design any scope for the work that outside legal was doing on this project. But it was one of those things. It just made sense to me that, because I knew they had all this stuff dumped in their laps. So.
Mr. Bogosian was eventually retained by legal services to provide an opinion. Did you see his written opinion, either in draft or final form?
I'm sure I saw the final. I don't know if I ever saw a draft.
Did you come to understand that external legal services would be conducting some fact finding, and in particular contacting SEMA?
That sounds familiar.
But you can't nail down when you knew that?
No.
Did you understand that legal services was going to be the conduit to SEMA on issues around the trade wind report?
I think I understood that, yeah.
Do you know when you understood that?
No. Sorry, no. No, I can't pinpoint a date, no.
What in particular was your understanding about legal services being a conduit to SEMA? Did you understand that your staff should be going through legal services to deal with SEMA on the trade wind report?
As it relates to the focus of the work that Bogosian was doing on behalf of Nicole, yeah, I think she wanted it to go through her. That wouldn't surprise me.
Did you understand, or what understanding did you have about whether public works staff could communicate with SEMA about the trade wind report?
I don't recall.
You don't recall either way if there was any limitations or free access. You don't recall anything about any discussions about Public Works staff contacting SEMA about the trade wind report?
I don't have a precise memory. I do recall, kind of the issue that Nicole was dealing directly with Bogosian. So I think she wanted to kind of have some control over that, which is understandable to me because of, you don't want to have what she wanted to make sure she knew, she understood what was happening. I don't recall. So are you suggesting being prevented from talking to SEMA?
Yeah, so I'm suggesting that Mr. McGuire had a project with SEMA on lighting, and
Yeah.
Mr. Soldel had a project with SEMA on the roadside safety assessment.
Yeah.
And the speed limit study, which had now been concluded. Did you understand that, not in the context of those existing projects, but specifically with respect to talking to SEMA about the trade wind report, that there was any limitation or any limitation at all on your staff contacting SEMA?
I just don't recall either way.
Okay. So we're still this December 6th meeting. Coming out of this meeting, who did you understand had responsibility to lead this matter to a report to council?
Who did I understand was leading?
Yeah.
I don't think I have a precise recollection of who was leading. When you're working through an issue like this, I think the kind of the lead on things can change depending on what the issue happens to be. There was a body of work that Public Works had to do. There was a body of work that legal had to do. In this case, there was a body of work that the communications had to do. So by the first week of December, I don't have a firm memory of who was actually kind of steering.
Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 223, please? And could you call out 529? On December 10th, you emailed Ms. Malati, Ms. Audie, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Holdo, Mr. Zagaric, and Ms. Wunderlich under the subject line expressway. And so this is to Rosanna. Mike asked me to connect to arrange a meeting this week to develop a note relative to the Red Hill to guide a conversation with the mayor. So that looks like it's a note to guide the conversation with the mayor rather than a briefing note to the mayor. Do you recall either way what materials were prepared in advance of a meeting with the mayor?
No, I don't. Doing these types of updates to the mayor was not uncommon. And on this particular one, I don't know if I brought in physical notes or if it was just a conversation. I can't remember.
Okay. So the implication built into your email is that there's going to be a conversation with the mayor. Had you and Mr. Zagaric landed on that approach, that it was appropriate to go and speak to the mayor by December 10th?
I assume so. It was either Mike and I decided together or Mike decided. Could have been one or the other.
Registrar, can you close this and go to page 242, please? And can you call out 570 to 572? On December 12th, Mr. Zagaric sent a calendar invitation for December 14th. And that went to Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo, you, Ms. Audie, and later Mr. Sabot. And the city has produced an undated note from Mr. Sabot that has a number of initials, which I think the DM there is you. Can you close this down, registrar, and go to the next page? You didn't take notes, but there are other notes of this meeting, and I'm going to pull out a transcription of Mr. Sabot's. Registrar, can you pull at the top of 243, please? So this, for context, is about 4 days before you meet with the mayor. These are not your notes, but they may assist you in your recollection of this meeting. Do you recall discussions about getting info from SEMA to be current on safety standards at this meeting?
I don't recall that, but certainly makes sense.
So we know that SEMA was doing the roadside safety assessment at this point. Do you recall if the reference there is to SEMA doing the roadside safety assessment, or if there was additional work that this group had concluded should be done by SEMA?
I can't say for sure. I don't know if the work that SEMA was doing on the roadside safety audit, if the data that was in there would be applicable here, or if it was a different piece of work. I don't recall.
Registrar, could you close this down? And can you go to the next page, 243? I'm sorry, we were on 243. Can you go to 255? And can you call out this just to make it a bit bigger? Mr. McKinnon, is that readable, or should we try to call out smaller portions?
No, I think I can.
Okay, so these are transcriptions of Ms. Audie's notes of the same day. You'll see the date as at the top, and you'll see your reference as an attendee. Mr. Zagaric is there. There's reference to Mr. Bogosian, in particular at the top. Bogosian, SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding safety. SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding safety. Do you recall whether there was a discussion at this meeting on December 14th about Mr. Bogosian's work to date for Ms. Audie?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if Ms. Audie advised this group that Mr. Bogosian had spoken to Mr. Malone and he ranked as a primary contributor to collisions, inadequate skid resistance?
I don't recall. Don't recall one way or the other.
There's some reference through these notes to reviewing a safety audit, and then right underneath it, it says, what can we do in the interim? And then if you skip down to where it says gourd, it says can't do anything to the surface, did prelim / tender / timing, and then it references Golder testing. Do you recall during this meeting what discussions occurred about whether there were interim measures that should be considered between that point and repaving?
There may have been a discussion about that, but I don't have any confident memory of it.
Okay, so I know that there were many meetings and I'm sure many discussions over this period of time. Do you recall being involved in any discussions in December or January, let's say up to about mid-January, in which the attendees discussed whether there were interim measures that should be considered?
We may have, but I'm not having any kind of firm recollection of it.
Okay. At the very bottom of Ms. Audie's notes, probably not the very bottom, close to the bottom, about 5-6 lines up, it says, need to be confident the safety issue has been addressed. By this point, what confidence did you have that the road was safe to drive on?
The report that Tradewind had done had identified that further investigation needed to be done, and it's my experience, as limited as it is, it's my experience that when you have engineers undertake some kind of an assessment of a facility, whether it's a highway, a bridge, a water pump station, they generally offer you recommendations that have, if there's an intervention that they're actually saying you should do, they usually give you a time frame for that. And so, notwithstanding the actual numbers that Tradewind had, the recommendation that they had was further study. In addition, they had talked about some kind of surface treatment, but this was in no way. I never interpreted it that you need to do something immediately, like, for example, close the highway. I am familiar with, for example, this is probably the most, I guess, poignant example of this is if an engineer inspects the bridge, if the engineer believes that the bridge should be closed, they'll be closing it immediately. And so I guess from my experience, I just didn't see this in that category because the report didn't say that. So I guess that was kind of what was in the back of my mind as far as safety issues. There's no question something needed to be done at some point, but certainly at this point there was all these countermeasures that had been done over the last couple of years, and we had the resurfacing that was scheduled for a number of months away.
Okay, so I'm hearing from you that you did have confidence that the road was safe.
So I had confidence that so I'm sure you've heard this from others, the word safe gets, it's an interesting word. I didn't see any evidence that the road needed to be shut down or that anything dramatic needed to be done. I didn't see it. There was no recommendation, no report in front of me that said you need to do something ASAP.
So the basis for your
If I can just add to that, if I can add on top of that.
Yes.
My experts aren't coming to me saying the road needs to be shut down. I'm not an expert in this, and nor was anybody else who was charged with this responsibility coming to me and saying we need to shut the road down.
I understand. So I want to understand what you were relying on, what you had in your mind. So you have the 4-year-old Tradewind report,
mm-hmm.
and you have your technical staff not coming to you to say that the road was unsafe.
Right.
Thank you. On December 18th, you met with the mayor. Registrar, could you close this down and bring up 281? Oh, pardon me, I misspoke, 261. So this is just a reference. Yes, thank you, Registrar. The first couple of paragraphs would be great. This is just a reference to the calendar invitations, and it's the in the mayor's boardroom, just to orient you. Do you recall the meeting with the mayor?
Vaguely. As I said earlier, that having these types of meetings with the mayor was a somewhat regular occurrence. I didn't do it as often as Mike did, but I'd had many of these types of meetings with the mayor.
Okay. What was your role at this meeting?
I probably did an introduction from the public works part of things. I can't remember if I let Gord or Edward, they would have been there in support to answer any kind of technical questions, I would imagine, but typically in a situation like this, I would do a bit of an introduction of the issue, look to my staff, say, have I missed anything? And then if there was questions that resulted, if I didn't think I could handle them, I'd be looking to my staff.
Okay. Apart from making sure that the mayor had knowledge of this issue, escalating it to him, what was the purpose of, or what was the outcome that this team was expecting to see coming out of this meeting with the mayor?
Well, I guess it was beyond, I mean, he's the mayor, beyond making him aware of it. I think we were not unlike many conversations that we have with the heads of different committees or just councillors in general, was getting his reaction to it and seeing if he had advice as to how and when we should go to committee and council with the information, what questions he might have, so that if he's got questions that we haven't acquired the information to respond to those questions, then go and get it. This is, like I said, this is kind of a typical thing that we would do on emerging issues that were significant.
And what was his reaction to the information provided to him at this meeting?
I don't recall precisely, but I can imagine he was disappointed. The mayor is a very bright guy. I'm sure he asked us some good questions. I think he did give us some thoughts on the approach as far as getting in front of council, but I don't remember precisely what he said or what he asked.
Registrar, you could close this down, and can you please go to 280? And if you can call up 654. So we're now into 2019. This is January 3rd, so just after the new year. And you forward an email copying in Mr. Segerick, and you ask for a call and say you'd like to discuss the below and what is the plan for updating council. You've lost the thread. And so just, excuse me, just so it's clear that you're sort of trying to follow up from earlier emails. Actually, I want to be precise. Registrar, can you close this down for just a moment? I actually think that the email that you're forwarding is the one that is mentioned at 6:53, where Dr. Uzarowski asks Mr. McGuire if anyone was listening in on a call or a meeting that Mr. McGuire and Dr. Uzarowski had in December. And it's that you flip. So just stopping there, did you note this back and forth between Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. McGuire about concerns that their conversation was being overheard?
So I wonder if we could just go to the email so he could see what he's copied on and what he's not.
Yeah, sure. I think that would be helpful. It's HAM 54197. If you can go to image, it's 3 images long, but I think if you go to image 2 at the top, actually, I guess start from the bottom. Dr. Uzarowski says, towards the end of the conversation, you reduced the volume on the stationary phone, and he asked for clarification if our conversation was recorded, if others were listening. You can close that down. And then Mr. McGuire responds, and this is in December 21st. No, there was no recording or anyone listening. And then that gets flipped to Ms. Audie and to Mr. Sebo on December 31. And then on January 3rd, Mr. McGuire, it appears, forwards that entire email chain to you. And then you send an email to Ms. Audie and Mr. Zegeric. So that's the way that we get to this. And you asking, I've kind of lost the thread. I'd like to discuss below and our plans to update for updating council. So I think I had a question in there initially, but maybe I'll try to re-ask it. On this day, January 3rd, why did you want to speak to Ms. Audie about the email exchange that we've just gone through?
Again, not a precise memory. I think the purpose of my email was we were all off over Christmas, I suspect we probably spoke with each other over Christmas because of the significance of this issue, but I think I was just using the email. It could have been any email to do with that file to just say, okay, I've lost the thread on this. When are we going to council? I don't think there was much relevant to actually Gord's the content of the email. It was more about the entire issue. I was likely just speaking to Gord, and then he forwarded, like, as I mentioned, Gord was in close proximity to me. I'm January 3rd. I'm guessing maybe we were both in the office. He might have mentioned it, and I said, hey, flip me the email. I read the email and thought, you know what, it's been a while since I talked to Nicole. I should contact her to find out where we are with things.
Okay.
And to your earlier question, like who's in the lead, sometimes the lead gets dictated by who's most advanced in the writing of the report. If you have two reports that you're bringing together, so sometimes the critical path, if you will, gets dictated by the person who's going slower or faster, depending.
So here, you say I've kind of lost their thread on this. So by January 3rd, had there been clarity about which reports were going to go first? That is, reports about the Tradewind report or reports about all of the other public works matters. Did you have a sense of that by January 3rd?
I can't, I don't have a specific memory of that. The one thing I will tell you is that these things are fluid. And so depending on information that you're bringing to the table and kind of discussions around strategy, sometimes over a week, you might change the date 2 or 3 times, depending on what you're learning and how you're putting things together, or if you're waiting for information. So, you know, it was in the back and forth of that, because it can change pretty regularly. I think that's why I was looking for the update. The other thing is, you know, my office was further away from City Hall than Mike's. Nicole's office wasn't in City Hall either, but it wasn't unusual for me. And this isn't a criticism, it's just the way things go, is sometimes conversations might happen that I might not be aware of. And it's not until you come back together and you meet as a group where you hear, okay, oh, it sounds like things have changed. Okay, well, you know, there's a new date or there's a new strategy. We're going to go together. We're going to go separately, that kind of thing. So that, and this file was no more unique than others in that regard, where things change depending on the information that you're getting, feedback that you're getting from the mayor, councillors, that kind of thing. So.
You attend a number of meetings in January, including some with a communication specialist externally, Karen Gordon. Do you remember meeting with Ms. Gordon in a large group?
Yes, we'd used Karen on a couple of different files, but I do recall her being involved with this one for a short period of time.
Do you recall how many meetings you attended where she was present in person or on the phone?
I don't recall it being very many. I would say it was 2 or 3, but I don't know the precise number.
Registrar, could you close this and go back into ODA 281, please? And 282, please. On January 7th, there is a meeting for which Ms. Graham prepares notes, and one of the attendees in the meeting invitation is Ms. Gordon. You're also listed as an attendee. Do you recall attending a meeting with Ms. Gordon on January 7th in particular?
I have memory of being in meetings with Ms. Gordon on this issue. I can't tell you when it was or where it was.
Okay. Registrar, could you call out the bold part on 282? I'm sorry, at the bottom half. Yes, thank you. So here, this is part of these minutes. It says GIC January 16th goal, Council January 23 Plan B. So between January 3rd and when you had sort of lost the thread and wanted to talk to Ms. Audie, and January 7th, do you recall plan coalescing around the goal of January 16th to GIC and a plan B at January 23rd?
That feels familiar.
You can close this down. So some of the reports that your staff were preparing, including the joint report that Mr. McGuire and Mr. Soldo were doing, were reports that would normally go to Public Works Committee. Is that right?
That sounds reasonable.
And had you had discussions with anyone about how you were going to, or how or if you were going to get those reports to GIC or council instead of to Public Works?
I believe there was a discussion about that. The problem with Public Works is not all members of council are on Public Works. And so recognizing the, the profile of this issue, it's not unusual for us to go to a GIC as opposed to a specific standing committee.
And had you had discussions about how you were actually going to do that, get these reports to GIC, or was that something that was really not in your purview?
Oh no, there was likely a discussion about it. When you make decisions like this, then you have to talk to clerks as well, because clerks has to look at it and decide whether or not your rationale will pass the test. So I suspect we probably had a fair bit of conversation about that, but this is not unusual, and in consideration of the issue, it makes total sense to me.
Registrar, could you go to 293, please? Actually, can you bring up 294 as well? And can you call it 682, please, at the top? So just related to that question, looks like on January 10th, you emailed Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire say, can you talk and see how much we could accelerate it? Legal is struggling for the reason for going in camera in the absence of some other report. I need a sense of what's the absolute soonest we could bring it. Is that the A version of the previous report? I think there you're referencing PW 18008, and that report became PW 18008A. Is that right?
I believe so.
And so here, what are you communicating to Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire about the timing and forum for that report?
So over the course of the previous term of council, there had been a lot of scrutiny on council about transparency and the reasons for going into camera. And so something that 10 years ago would have been no problem getting information in front of them had somehow become a problem. So the challenge was, as I recall it, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, but my understanding was that in order to be able to bring the report in camera, they wanted to have a public report to position things appropriately for clerks.
Was that with a view that the public report would go to the same meeting as the in-camera report?
I believe that was the case. Yeah, I don't think you'd ever bring a public report to one committee and the legal part of that report to a separate committee. That doesn't sound like it would fly through clerks.
Do you recall where Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire were in their drafting and what information they provided to you about the absolute soonest they could bring the report to you to go to council?
I don't. The only thing I recall is that I think they did have to kind of advance some of that work, or advance at least some of the information to put into the report, because the work had been kind of scheduled out a little further.
Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could pull out 680, please, on 293. On the same day, you were emailing with Ms. Graham under the subject line answers. As we prepare answers for in-camera and the follow-up, I think being able to strike context will be important. What I mean is I'll need to answer the question of if it's safe. And then you suggest to Ms. Graham to work with Edwards so that the accident data versus roadway volumes can be expressed as comparison to other highways. Not sure if there are other ways to characterize highway performance. What were you thinking through in terms of answers as you were writing this to Ms. Graham?
Well, I think the information in front of you shows you what I was thinking about. My experience has been the question of safety has always been one that people want kind of black and white answers to, and I know that depending on the particular situation, engineers are often would prefer to give a different explanation than a binary. It's safe, it's not safe. The bridge example I gave you was a very easy one. Sometimes you just shut it down because it's not safe. Roadways are a little different because you can make them safer, or they can become less safe over time. And so sometimes that's not a satisfying answer for members of council. And so I think it was that process that I was going through there.
Okay. Did you consider any other things that could be done in order to provide comfort to council that the road was safe?
I don't recall. I think the conversation was similar to the one we're having today. I don't recall anything else.
Okay, Registrar, you could close this down, and if you can go to page 305, please. Registrar, could you pull up 712 and 713? So this is going back to the FOI, and then we're going to come to the audit, which is related. So on January 14th, Mr. McGuire sent a package to Ms. Watson in respect of the FOI. She's in the Access and Privacy Office, which included an index, 2 bound books of correspondence, and I think a covering letter. And the index that he is referring to is an index identifying possible MFIPA exceptions to the bound documents. Registrar, can you close that down? Do you recall being notified that Mr. McGuire had delivered documents to the Access Office on or around January 14th?
I don't recall that, but in light of kind of the significance of the file, he likely did, but I don't recall.
On that same day, Mr. McGuire sent to Mr. Pellegrini a USB drive that's set out in 714, along with a letter. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? The same day, Mr. Pellegrini emailed Ms. Wunderlich to arrange a meeting with you and Mr. McGuire and Mr. Brown and Ms. Menard. Registrar, could you go into that meeting that is footnoted there, the actual underlying document? It's HAM 54228. Thank you. So you'll see sorry, just give me a moment. I just want to make sure. Okay. So you see at the top, the meeting is scheduled as through an appointment that is suggested by Mr. Pellegrini for January 15, 1:30 to 2. And that follows from some emails back and forth, first from Mr. McGuire, saying we're done. The RHPP testing processes and informing you the FOI is complete. That's on the right-hand side. And Mr. Brown responding, Gord, thanks very much. I'm not sure why we're lumped in with the FOI office, and suggesting that the auditor's team sit down with you and Dan to discuss an efficient way forward. Do you recall having a meeting with those from audit and Mr. McGuire on January 15th?
Not specifically, no.
So you said, and I'm paraphrasing your evidence here, but you'd sort of smoothed out some of the issues in December with Mr. Brown by having a meeting with him, and he'd given you a bit more time.
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the meeting on January 15th, if it occurred, and whether you were able to find an efficient way forward with Mr. Brown as he suggested?
I don't have a specific memory of it. I thought once we had an opportunity to, like, by the time it was the new year, I thought we were getting in a good place, and things started to move again. I do know that at some point Gord tapped Dipankar Sharma to kind of be his lead to help assemble documents and go find things. And I also remember Gord telling me that he had set up a website or a SharePoint so that as soon as they found things, they could dump it in there, send an email to audit so they'd know where to go and get it. So I don't know when those things were happening, but those were all bits of evidence that made me feel good that Gord was doing what he could to try to expedite this. But I can't tell you when all that happened, but all of that to say that I have a general recollection that by the time we were into January, we were all in a better place on this and we were starting to move forward with it again.
You can close this down, Registrar. And if you can go back into OD9A, page 315, please. Thank you. So I'm just going to stop here. I'm going to ask you some questions about this meeting that was scheduled for January 17th. That's referenced in 738. But before we get there, it's clear that the goal to go to GIC for January 16th does not happen. Do you remember why it was that Public Works and Legal moved to the Plan B of January 23rd?
I don't.
Registrar, could you call out the 3 paragraphs under January 17th? Ms. Graham sent this calendar invitation. She included you, Ms. Racine, Mr. Hertel, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Solda, Ms. Audie, and Mr. Sabot. So before this, Ms. Graham had been somewhat involved in your meetings, but this one, Ms. Racine and Mr. Hertel are also there. Do you recall the role of the communication staff as the matter got closer to going to council?
I don't have a specific memory, but this makes sense to me because as you start to approach council, you're going to amp up the communications effort and determining, okay, you would think about what are the options council is going to have coming out of there, and then you would try to figure out a communication strategy for each one of those options as you come out. So, Jazz have been riding along on this for quite a while, but the fact that, the 2 senior people get pulled in at the end, and when you're getting down to the, call it crunch time, that would make sense to me.
Do you recall if the communication staff were involved in the preparation of any materials that were provided to council?
I don't recall specifically, but it was a common practice of mine where I was involved, or if I was giving a presentation, often Jasmine would be the one who would put together the actual PowerPoint for me. Jasmine was exceptional at doing that. She was incredibly fast, and she would, she would be the one to reach out to Gord or Edward or any other person who had information that we felt that needed to be in the presentation. She was also very skilled at kind of making sure that, things made sense. It was readable, and because she had been tracking the project, she would be able to identify if anything material was missing from the presentation. So that was kind of her role.
Thank you. So I think I'll borrow your term. It is that the crunch period before the attendance at council on January 23rd. During that period of time, it appears that you review a number of documents, including from reports from legal services and from Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire. Does that strike you as accurate, that you were doing a lot of review of reports?
Absolutely. Makes sense.
And in a crunch time, did you work both at the office, but also at night at home?
I would imagine so.
Through the overview document, there's a few references to you emailing a member of the public who shares your last name. Can you explain if that is related, if you were providing draft reports and other things to someone outside, to like a non-city employee?
No, that's my wife. She was thrilled that her name is in here, by the way. No, I didn't have a practice of taking my laptop home on a regular basis. And so in the evening, if I was reading my email on my BlackBerry or my iPhone, I don't know what I had at the time, if there was a document that was going to require a significant amount of reading, I would just forward it to her home email so I could read it on a big screen. So, in hindsight, probably I'm appreciating the optics of that, but the reality was it was just so that I could read it on a larger computer screen. So I would use her computer to read it.
Registrar, could you close this out and go to 324, please? And can you call out 753 and 754? So this is in respect of the speed limit study that SEMA had conducted for the city, and that Mr. Soldo had carriage over, and as far as the inquiry can tell, he and his staff prepared a staff report, and then he forwarded that staff report to you. Do you recall reviewing the speed limit study related staff report?
I do.
And you say here, updated report as per our conversation. I can certainly go into it and look at the sort of the weeds of this report, but generally, do you recall what kind of feedback you gave Mr. Soldo about his draft speed limit study report? If you want me to go in, I can.
No, I don't think it's necessary. My recollection of it was there had been 3 different methodologies, industry accepted methodologies on determining what the speed limit should be, both on the Red Hill and the Link, as much as I can remember. If I recall correctly, one methodology said you could increase the speed limit, one methodology said you could reduce it, and one said you can keep it the same. So appreciating there was, lots of science behind that. It wasn't the options weren't dramatically different than what was there now. But I did end up having a conversation with Edward about the Red Hill, and if I recall correctly, I think one of the recommendations was to lower the speed limit on the Red Hill. I'm going to say between Green Hill and Barton. Edward and I had a conversation about that. And I can't say with certainty, but my recollection is that Edward had a concern about, like, if you're going to be changing speed limits over a short distance, that's not always the best thing to do, because drivers, it's just not good for driver behavior. Not only that, with the curves and the proximity of the interchanges on the Red Hill, and then changing the speed limits there, I think it was, I recall, that it was Edward's thinking that if you're going to change the speed limit, do it over a longer kind of period. And so I can't remember the actual back and forth, but I think it's at one point, I think I might have said, well, why don't we just change it from the bottom of the hill to the QEW? And I think we went back and forth and back and forth. But I think the key takeaway from the conversation was recognizing that in any circumstance, if you're going to lower the speed limit, you're going to draw a lot of attention from a community because that's going to irritate a lot of people, but particularly in this environment because of the situation we were dealing with. I remember saying to Edward, if you think it should be 80, you got 100% support for me. We're going, we're going to lock arms and do this kind of thing, right? This sounded, the risk of sounding dramatic, but I wanted to signal Edward my support for lowering the speed limit because I knew that was going to come with lots of questions.
Did you have a sense of whether counselors would be supportive of reducing the speed limit?
I guess my belief was that some would, and some would be irritated by it. I think generally speaking, the folks who have that piece of infrastructure in their ward might appreciate a lower speed limit. Other folks who just want to get from one end to the other would probably be irritated by it. So I thought we were going to see criticism on both sides of it, to be honest.
In your discussions with Mr. Soldo, what consideration, if any, did the friction value set in the Tradewind report affect the decision to lower the speed limit?
I don't recall an overt discussion about the friction values in our conversation.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to 319, please? Ms. Audie, in the meantime, was working on a draft report to be provided at the January 23rd council meeting, which starts at 7:45. Paragraph 745. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? Actually, let's just jump forward. Can you go to 329, please? Thank you. So Ms. Audie's draft report goes through a number of iterations, including to Mr. McGuire, and then he sends apologies, I'll do this in a different way. Registrar, can you go to, can you bring up 326 and keep 329 up? Thank you. And can you pull out 762? So Ms. Audie's draft legal services report goes through some revisions, including to Mr. McGuire, and Mr. McGuire forwards his revisions to the legal services report to you and says, not sure if all of my comments will get included. Do you recall whether you reviewed Mr. McGuire's comments on the legal services draft report?
I don't recall with certainty, but I'm guessing I would at this point. I think I was looking at everything.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And on the right-hand side, at the bottom, at 771 and then 772, Registrar, can you pull those up? This is the day after Mr. McGuire had sent you his draft. Mr. Sabot sent you a copy of the legal services draft report, and you replied the next day saying that Mr. Sabot had referenced a wrong report number. But other than that, the inquiry doesn't see that you had any changes or comments in respect of the legal services, report. Is that your recollection as well?
I don't have a firm recollection of this particular review.
Perhaps I'll put it more generally. Do you recall, or would it be your practice to provide a review of legal services, or did you try to stay in your lane, for lack of a better phrase?
It would depend on the issue. I mean, it's not like you never reviewed legal services report. Certainly, I'm sure I've reviewed lots of them over the years. But I think generally, this is a good example of the type of thing that I would be, where I might add value is that they got the wrong report number, or if it was a kind of context issue. But generally, I wouldn't, my experience is that I didn't provide a lot of comments, but I did review them from time to time.
I also should give you credit. You also found some additional typographical errors in this one, as well as the report. So when I said earlier you didn't have any comments, I don't know if that was entirely accurate. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to 335, please? Can you call it 336 as well? So on January 23rd, Ms. Menard reached out to the Chief Technology Architect in IT and requested correspondence between Mr. Brown and Dr. Zarowski from October of 2013 to January of 2014. And there's some back and forth, and Mr. McNeil assists with that. So as the audit is doing that process to start collecting documents, which you may or may not have known about, did you take any steps within Public Works to contact IT to collect and preserve documents?
I recall a conversation. I believe I spoke to Peter McNeil, and I can't tell you when. And the impression I was left with is that they can go back in time and get anything, even if it's been deleted. They can keep going back into their backups to get information. So there wasn't a sense of urgency on doing it, but it would need to be done. But that was the impression I was left with.
Okay, so did you instruct Mr. McNeil to start doing that, or did you leave it because it wasn't urgent?
I don't believe I asked Peter to do that. I don't believe I asked Peter to do that.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? 337. So this brings us to the January 23rd council meeting, and the legal services report 19007 was presented to council. The closed session minutes reflect that the closed session was about an hour long, between 9:45 and 10:45 at night, and the minutes record that you attended. You attended that meeting?
I'm certain I did.
What was your role in the closed session meeting on January 23rd?
My role would have been just to answer any questions that would be of Public Works scope, I guess.
Okay. And do you recall questions being directed to you to be answered?
I don't. Again, we had an unprecedented number of in-camera meetings the fall of 2018 on a number of issues, and I don't recall if they asked me any specific questions in this particular meeting.
Okay. I asked because Ms. Audie was the one presenting, and certainly that her report went to council. It does not appear that any other materials went to council, and so from that, one might infer that council might have some questions for you. Does that try to assist with refreshing your memory about this particular council meeting?
No, what you said is reasonable, but I just don't remember any particular questions.
Okay, and perhaps I think I probably built an assumption into my last question. Do you recall if council was presented with any other materials on January or before January 23rd for that meeting?
Was council presented with any other materials before the 23rd?
What in the usual run up to a council meeting or at the meeting? Did they receive anything besides the report LS 19007?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Do you recall whether copies of the Tradewin report were circulated at that meeting?
I don't believe so, but I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall discussions with anyone in legal services or public works about whether or not to provide additional materials to council or to councilors who were at that this council meeting?
Sounds like a conversation we might have had, but I don't remember precisely one way or the other.
Okay, and you don't remember whether there was any discussion about the rationale for providing additional information or for not providing additional information, is that right?
Sorry, no, I don't remember.
Okay. Recognizing you say you went to a number of closed door sessions, this one is the first time that all the councilors, except for the mayor, learn about the Tradewin report. What do you remember about the discussions or the debate amongst the councilors at that closed session?
So I have some memories about being in closed session and the reaction that we were getting from some of the councilors. I can't tell you if it was this one. That's my difficulty, but I think in general, the longer serving councilors who had been around on council for 2 or 3 terms, and to my memory, to my recollection, all of them have sat on public works. They were far more vocal about it. The new councilors were, I think I don't want to be disrespectful, the deer in the headlights a little bit, because they're brand new and they're looking at this information, which is pretty significant. But it was the longer serving councilors who were having much more of a reaction and being much more vocal.
And when you say they were having a reaction and being vocal, can you describe their level of frustration or discontent?
Yeah, so a couple of them were really pissed off.
Did they express why they were really pissed off?
I don't know if they expressed it or if I kind of put some puzzle pieces together myself, but I think some of them had over the years been asking questions about the Red Hill. A lot of the questions that they had raised had generated the directions to staff to do some of those countermeasures along the Red Hill. And so I feel, my sense was that a couple of them had been tracking this as an issue, and the information they were receiving now, I think they saw the information as being very counter to what they had been told previously. That was my interpretation or my impression of what was happening.
Apologies, just give me a moment. I lost my reference. Registrar, could you bring up HAN 62085? It's a bit small to read. Could you just bring up the first page rather than both pages and call out the content without the comments? I've left out the comments, Mr. McKinnon, because they are the comments that go into each template that say, you know, the executive summary should say this, or the insert division name. So they're the sort of directions rather than actual true commentary. There is another draft that doesn't have the comments in it, and I just can't locate it at the moment, but to my understanding, this is the final draft. At the bottom, under executive summary, there is reference to the freedom of information request, and in particular, the purpose of this report is to advise council of potential litigation arising out of the release of city records through the FOI, and that it was unknown at the time of the report whether the information would be released to the requester in advance of bringing a scheduled report to Public Works Committee on February 4. So while this report, at least when it was finalized, it still references a Public Works Committee on February 4. We know that's not actually what happened. Do you recall going into the January 23rd meeting, whether the intention was to do this report to council and then go to Public Works Committee with the remainder of the reports?
It sounds like that was the plan based on this. Again, it's not unusual that when you actually go to one committee or council, that in that discussion, they may have said, well, don't bring it to Public Works, bring it to GIC. Council may have said that, or something may have happened along the way with clerks, where clerks may have said, okay, listen, you know, it's better that you go here. That decision on exactly which committee you land on, it's been my experience that can change depending on what's happening, whether it's feedback from council or direction from clerks or some other thing might change the approach.
Registrar, could you you can close this down. And Mr. Macon, I do want to actually locate the proper one that doesn't have the comments, because I just think it'll be easier to see. Just give me 1 second.
If it's helpful, I have a reference, HAM 61921.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you call up that document?
Oops, is that the same one? No. No, I'm sorry, that's not the number. I think I said 61921. That's 20.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's what I was looking for. And when I was looking for it, I think I was making the same error that the registrar did. This is the document I was looking for. It's a much easier document to review in this form. Thank you again, Commissioner. If you can go to the image 2, please. And going down to where it says historical background, there is a reference to the construction design and the traffic volumes in the second paragraph under historical background. And then there's a brief summary of Mr. McGuire being appointed Director of Engineering Services, and that as he was reviewing the status of work being proposed on the Red Hill in late September, he became aware of the draft report that included the friction testing. And as a result, he stopped exploring the opportunity for potentially rehabilitating using hot in place. So there's just that little sort of summary of the background of how the trade wind report was found. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? And can you call out the bottom half of this page, please? Oh, actually, can you call out just before relevant consultation at the top, where it says in November 2018? So just for clarity, and it's in the executive summary as well, but the report also references the FOI request, and that the trade wind report would likely be responsive to that. All right, thank you, Registrar. Can you close that out and open up the bottom half, please? In the second paragraph, it says the concern is that trade wind report was not shared with other city staff at the time. As a result, subsequent reports and analysis of the condition of the Red Hill did not reference this report. In addition, under the redacted section, the trade wind report and its contents had not been consistently addressed in the media. And now that staff are aware, there could be a reputational impact. So recognizing this is the legal services document, I note that there is not information about work on the Red Hill over time, about the steps coming. It seems quite divorced from the work that your staff are doing. Did the counselors have specific questions about the work of Public Works since the trade wind report had been completed? That is in 2014.
I can't recall with any confidence any specific questions that they had. They likely did, because that's a natural thing to ask, but I don't remember with any confidence.
Okay. Do you recall council providing direction to staff in this meeting about information that they wanted staff to collect?
I don't, and I don't think I recall from 4 years ago, but I think I recall from the preparing for the inquiry that they did give us direction to ask SEMA for an opinion, if that's.
That is where that's, if there's anything else that you can recall, we can talk about that too.
No, I can't, that's the only thing. And I don't know if it's because I remember that or if because I saw it again in preparing for this.
Okay. Going into the January 23rd meeting, did you, or were you aware as to whether Mr. Malone and SEMA had a copy of the trade wind report?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. McGuire or Mr. Soldo that they had provided a copy of the SEMA report, pardon me, the trade wind report to SEMA?
I know we had discussions about providing it to them, but I just can't remember when.
Okay, well, certainly coming out of this council meeting, there's a direction to determine if they have a copy and to ask them if anything else needs to be done or if their recommendations would change. That kind of, just to give you some context. Can you recall whether those discussions about whether to give SEMA a copy happened before the January 23rd meeting or after?
No, I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay. If you'd had discussions before January 23rd, can you think of any reason why Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire wouldn't have provided a copy to SEMA?
I can't think of a good reason not to give it to SEMA, no.
Did council express concerns about the slipperiness on the Red Hill during the January 23rd meeting?
It was a pretty short meeting. I don't have any specific memory, but I have to believe they did. But I don't have any specific memory of beside the kind of the visceral reaction that some of them were having. I don't remember the content of specific questions or issues that they raised.
Okay, thank you. I'm noting the time, it's 2:46, and I think maybe we should take our afternoon break.
That's fine. 2:46. Let's return at 3 o'clock.
Thank you. night at home. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mr. McKinnon, we were just talking about the January 23rd council meeting. And I understand that you don't have a clear recollection between that meeting and I think the February 6th meeting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Registrar, could you go into OD9, page 358, please?
Sorry, Council 9 or 9A?
9A.
Okay, thank you.
And can you call it the table at the top, please? So, Mr. McKinnon, these are notes prepared by Mr. Bogosian on January 30th. They're not your notes, and you were not on the call for which these notes were taken, but they are a summary, according to Mr. Bogosian, of information that Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot provided to him about the January 23rd council meeting. And so he has recorded a few things. Council quite concerned about the situation. And I think your evidence just before the break was consistent with that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
There's a reference to haven't given the trade wind report. And I think your evidence was that you weren't sure either way whether council had a copy of the trade wind report. Is that right?
That's correct.
The next is council wants to know, and then there's two things listed here, and I summarized them earlier, but just to attempt to refresh your memory a little. One, if Brian Malone / SEMA had the trade wind report. Do you remember council as a whole or individual councilors asking staff to clarify whether SEMA had a copy of the trade wind report?
No, I don't recall if they asked.
Okay. You don't recall them having any inquiries about whether SEMA had a copy of the trade wind report?
They may have. I just can't remember specifically.
Okay. And then the second thing that Mr. Bogosian records that council wanted to know is there anything else SEMA thinks needs to be done to address safety slipperiness as an interim measure pending repaving? And do you remember councilors conveying a request for this information at the January 23rd meeting?
The request sounds familiar. When they made it, I can't remember.
Okay. When councilors asked for confirmation about whether SEMA would provide their recommendation for anything else to occur, or confirm they had no such recommendation, did that strike you as a reasonable request that would be helpful for council to know?
Would that be helpful for council?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think in that moment, confidence in staff was probably not at its high point. So they probably wanted to hear from a third party, I'm assuming.
They also asked specifically for whether there are interim measures pending repaving. That's the request that Mr. Bogosian at least has set out here. Do you recall council asking specifically about what interim measures, if any, needed to be considered?
I remember a discussion like that. I can't attest to it being in this meeting, but I suspect it was in this meeting.
Do you recall if you or anybody in Public Works was able to provide council with further information to attempt to answer that question of whether interim measures needed to be considered?
We were sitting there. I'm assuming we would have tried to answer to the best we could, but I don't have a precise memory of it.
Okay. Coming out of this meeting and with these questions from council, did you or your staff consider engaging an independent expert other than SEMA to inquire and answer these questions, or at least the second question about interim measures?
I don't believe so. I don't recall with certainty, but I don't believe so. SEMA, one of the benefits of SEMA is they know our system, they know us. That type of request, you know, reflexively, we would probably always send to SEMA just because of their tremendous knowledge of the city and our facilities.
Why had you and your staff not asked SEMA for confirmation about whether the Trained report would change the recommendations that they gave before you went to council on the 23rd?
I don't know that I kind of thought that deeply about it, to be honest with you. I don't know if Edward or Gordon and I talked about that, or I can't remember.
Before going to January 23rd, did you or your staff consider engaging an independent expert other than SEMA to answer any issue around safety on the Red Hill?
I don't believe so.
The last point that Mr. Bogosian has here is council concerned about Gary Moore's judgment, honesty, trustworthiness with them in the past. Do you recall at the January 23rd if councillors raised concerns about Mr. Moore's judgment, honesty, trustworthiness, or conduct?
I may have missed a part of that question. Was it on the 23rd or prior to the 23rd?
Do you recall at the 20? Sorry, I think I said at the 23rd.
At the 23rd.
At the meeting on the 23rd.
It was either on the 23rd or the subsequent meeting, or both. Yeah, they absolutely raised those concerns. I think that would be a natural reaction to the information they were getting.
I think you said earlier that some of the counselors were very vocal about this, and that they were counselors who had been counselors for some time. Who in particular was concerned about Mr. Moore's judgment, honesty, or trustworthiness?
I can't recall with certainty which ones raised that, but I do, you know, my best recollection was just around the emotional response that was happening on the part of certain counselors, but I can't recall with any confidence who raised the issue of honesty, trustworthiness, and judgment.
Did the counselors' concerns about Mr. Moore's judgment, honesty, trustworthiness, or conduct result in any action items for you coming out of the January 23rd meeting?
I don't believe so. I don't recall any.
Okay. In terms of council wanting to know about Tradewind and SEMA's potential recommendations for interim measures, did those inquiries from council result in any action items to you?
Question council result in any action items for me? I think it was, so SEMA needed to be engaged based on the direction from council. I don't recall if Edward or Gord reached out, or if that was being undertaken by legal. I just can't remember.
Okay, either way, it was either legal or staff underneath you. You
Yeah.
didn't personally have any
I
action.
didn't. No, I didn't personally get involved in that.
But you can't recall if amongst staff there was a view about who was going to take the lead on dealing with SEMA.
I don't recall. My sense is that it would probably be legal. I mean, this was their report and they were kind of steering the meeting at that particular meeting, but I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down and go to page 356, please. And if you can pull it 850. So this is part of an email exchange between Mr. Zagaric, the mayor, and one of the clerks. And it is in some part related to where information is going to be presented to which committee. But this part of the email exchange, I think, references you. So this is January 30th, and Mr. Zagaric writes, yesterday, Dan and I had a follow-up discussion with the counselors we met with yesterday, proposing a reporting process. So I find that email confusing, but it looks like you and Mr. Zagaric had a meeting with counselors on January 29th. Does that accord with your recollection?
It doesn't. I saw this in preparing for this, and I don't have a good memory of that. There was occasions where in other years, or might have been this year, right, during the budget process, where we would meet in small groups of counselors, and I feel like I'm kind of blending those types of meetings together. So I don't have a precise memory of this. I have no doubt I was there, but I don't recall the specific discussion.
Okay. Mr. Zagaric has a proposal out here, which is going into camera February 6th GIC to further previous in-camera discussion, and would be comprised of a series of in-camera presentations, technical, chronological, and summary of consultant reports, and you're listed as one of the speakers for that, along with Gord and Edward. Mr. Brown, I'm speaking about an internal audit review, Ms. Audie, an outside legal counsel, on legal recommendations, and then Mr. Hertel on communication strategy. Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Zagaric about the presentations that were going to proceed at the next presentation to council?
Certainly we had the conversation, but I don't remember it with any precision.
Okay, and do you remember raising that with counselors, that this was the plan for the next meeting?
I don't recall the meeting, so I don't recall the conversation. And
okay, before we leave this topic, can you provide any insight into why you and Mr. Zagaric would meet with certain counselors as a follow-up to the January 23rd council meeting?
So I think we talked about it earlier that, meeting with counselors on a particular issue as it relates to something that might be coming to council was not unprecedented, and in my view was often helpful. In this particular case, I don't know if I've seen it in the evidence or if it's just my imagination. I suspect I know who the counselors were. And so I think it was just trying to make sure that we could get some perspective from the council side of the equation here to make sure that that we were going to have a good strategy to bring it to them in a way that would be appropriate and in a way that and in a format so that it would be digestible for them. Hearing ahead of time the types of questions that you might get, what to expect in a particular council meeting. Sometimes as staff, that's very difficult for us to anticipate, and having that feedback from councillors is very helpful. So, you know, as a practice, we would do this. I know that some folks may view it as not ideal, but my experience has been that it can be very helpful for staff sometimes, and ultimately it's helpful for council.
Registrar, can you close this down and can you go to page 347? And recognizing you don't have a recollection of this meeting, you said you think that you can speculate, or you have an idea of who these counselors might be. In this case, coming out of the January 23rd meeting, where there were some councillors who had quite an emotional reaction, or a significant reaction, were those the counselors that you and Mr. Zagaric wanted to identify in order to ensure that they knew what the next steps would look like?
I don't know what went into the selection of the counselors because I don't remember.
Okay. Can you call out paragraph 820, please? So coming out of the January 23rd meeting, it appears that you are working with Mr. Zagaric and individuals in HR to develop a series of questions. Do you recall emails over time in which you developed a series of questions about the sort of like these that are up on the screen right now, quite specific?
This looks familiar, yes.
And these questions, as I interpret them, appear to be questions of fact that go back to matters that Mr. Moore would have knowledge of. Were these done in preparation for a meeting with Mr. Moore?
I believe they were, yes.
And you said earlier that you didn't have any action items coming out of council in respect of his conduct. Was the meeting with Mr. Moore for some other purpose?
I had been advocating for an additional meeting with Mr. Moore because to this point, I had a 5-minute conversation with him in the 40-minute meeting with Gord. And I wanted us to have an abundance of fairness to Gary because of the nature of this issue and give him as much opportunity as possible to answer questions. And I was feeling a little self-conscious that maybe I hadn't asked the right questions because that's just what was in my mind. So I had suggested to Mike that Mike and Laura and I should have a sit down with Gary and go through a list of questions. So this appears to be the preparation for that.
I see. To your knowledge, was Mr. Moore informed of the substance of the January 23rd council meeting before it occurred?
Before it occurred? I don't recall. I suspect he wouldn't have been notified before. I don't know that that's something we would have done. We might have notified him the night of or something like that, but I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? And we'll come to that meeting. Can you go to 359, please, Registrar? Before we go to that meeting with Mr. Moore, I believe that you attended a call or calls on January 23rd, pardon me, January 30th. You'll see, Registrar, could you pull out 856? Ms. Graham organized a meeting for January 23rd at 3 p.m. called Roads Issue Update, and you're one of the listed attendees. Ms. Gordon is one of the listed attendees, individuals from legal, and Ms. Fontana. And it was a check-in and an update on the current roads issue. Do you have any memory about the content of this meeting?
I don't. The only thing I know that's curious is Ms. Fontana's presence there. So I suspect on the agenda, we must have had something that we wanted to talk about from an HR perspective. Otherwise, Laura wouldn't have been there.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to the next page, please? These are transcribed notes from Mr. Malone at SEMA, and they have a number of people who are included, and these are notes of a meeting on January 30th at 4 o'clock. Mr. Soldo's listed, Ms. Audie, Gord Edward, and then Gord again, Dan M., which I think is you, Jen, which I think is Ms. Racine, Mr. Sabot, Mr. Zagaric, I believe, and Jasmine Graham, and then Edward is referenced again. John, I think that might be John Hertel, but I'm not sure. I list all of those people along with Mr. Bogosian, who's listed a little further down, who it appears attended a meeting with Mr. Malone. Do you recall attending a meeting with a number of city staff, Mr. Bogosian and Mr. Malone?
I believe I was there, yes.
I won't go through all of these notes, but does it accord with your recollection that this was a meeting to convey those questions that council had to Mr. Malone?
I believe it was.
What do you recall, if anything, about Mr. Malone's response to the council's question of whether interim measures needed to be done prior to repaving?
Just generally that he didn't think there was anything that we needed to do immediately there. I know there was a discussion about kind of the idea of closing the road. And he was of the same opinion that we were, that closing the road wasn't necessary, and closing the road causes all kinds of other unintended consequences. So, but as far as the detailed conversation, I don't have a confident memory of.
Registrar, you can close this, and if you could go to page 386. And if you could pull out the last paragraph, please. So this is just another follow-up, I think, on this chain that we spoke about before, developing questions for the discussion with Mr. Moore, or for conversation with Gary. Do you recall that there was actually a fair bit of hands working on the issue of what questions to ask Mr. Moore?
That sounds familiar.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to 395, please. The meeting with Mr. Moore, with you, Mr. Zagaric, and Ms. Fontana occurred on January 31st. Do you have a distinct memory of that meeting with Mr. Moore?
To a certain extent, yeah, I can picture us in the room together.
Did you have any discussions or emails or conversations with Mr. Moore before this meeting took place?
I don't believe so.
Did you provide him with any information about what this meeting was going to be about, you personally?
I don't believe so, no. I don't think I was involved in setting the meeting up.
Registrar, could you bring up 396 as well? So Ms. Fontana's notes are set out from the bottom of 395 onto 396. Were you taking notes in that meeting?
I was.
I'm going to start with Ms. Fontana's notes, and if we I need to go to yours, we will. Why was Ms. Fontana there?
I think there was certainly an HR element to this, and I think by virtue of having Laura there, by virtue of having Laura there, it was she was there to ensure that Gary's interests were protected and that's the way I viewed it. And I think Laura may have said that she wanted to make sure that it was out of a sense of fairness and that, Gary's interest was protected.
She's the director of HR, so her loyalty is to the city of Hamilton. So I don't really understand what you mean about his rights being protected. Can you elaborate?
Well, he was a contract employee, and so I think she was there to just kind of monitor for fairness. I may have misinterpreted that, but that was my understanding at the time.
Okay. Who took the lead in answering, or pardon me, asking questions of Mr. Moore?
My recollection, which is I'm not confident in it. I thought we were going to take turns asking questions, but I have a recollection that Mike asked most of the questions. I know that Laura and I were busy taking notes. I think things kind of morphed as we went along. I think Laura and I each asked some questions, but my memory is that Mike asked the majority of the questions and Laura and I did the majority of the note taking. Okay.
How did you find Mr. Moore's tone throughout this meeting?
It was clear Gary wasn't comfortable, but he wasn't bombastic or anything like that. Periodically you would sense a tone of defensiveness, but I think that was understandable considering the conversation we were having. But there was no pounding the desk. There was no throwing papers. There was no, I don't remember any coarse language. So I would say generally it was okay.
Do you recall learning anything in this meeting that you didn't already know, either from Mr. Moore or from the inquiries that Mr. McGuire and others had made to compile documents and information?
No, I don't remember any new nuggets of wisdom that were revealed in this meeting as far as I remember.
Did you take handwritten notes or notes on the computer?
I believe I did handwritten notes, but I may have done it on the computer. I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 35944? Do you recall the preparation of these notes after the meeting?
Yeah, I suspect I was handwriting my notes, but I just can't remember. So no, I don't remember sitting there doing this, but they're clearly my notes.
I don't think I'm going to ask you about your notes. I think we do have a handwritten copy, but I think I can move on. Okay. Registrar, could you bring up 54375? Thank you. So this is a memo that Mr. Malone at SEMA put together. This copy is addressed to Mr. Bogosian. You received a copy of it in advance of the February 6th meeting. Is that right?
I don't recall. document looks familiar, but I don't recall when I received it.
Okay. I think it was on February 4th, and I think Ms. Audie emailed it to you. Do you recall reviewing it when you received it from Ms. Audie?
No doubt I reviewed it, but I don't remember reviewing it.
Okay. Do you recall having any additional questions or concerns arising out of this memo?
I don't recall any. I don't
Okay.
recall any, unless there's some in the evidence. I don't recall any.
There's not. No, I'm just asking if you had any. When you read it, was it? Maybe I'll put it this way: did you think that it was going to satisfy the counselors and the questions that they had asked the last meeting?
If this is the final response from SEMA, then the answer would be yeah. But it's been a long time since I read this, so.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Registrar, if you can go to OD9A 398, please. And if you can call it 905. On January 23rd, Mr. Zagaric sent an invitation for another large group of people for February 4th. And it's entitled GIC Debrief, but GIC is going to be on February 6th. So I actually think it's a preparation meeting. Do you recall attending a meeting on February 4th with this group of people?
I'm certain I was there, but I don't remember the meeting.
Okay, so between the January 23rd meeting, apart from your meeting with Mr. Moore, what were your steps to prepare for the the February 6th GIC meeting?
I don't remember with any precision, but I believe that I would have been spending time with Jasmine and Gord and Edward to build the PowerPoint presentation that I was going to deliver on the 4th.
Okay, and did Jasmine Graham take the first cut at your PowerPoint presentation?
She probably took every cut at it. Our practice was that Jasmine would build the PowerPoint presentations for me. There'd be a series of reviews as she was collecting information, and I would kind of consult with Jasmine to make sure it was in a format that made sense for my natural delivery. And so that would have been just an ongoing process.
The February 4th briefing meeting that Mr. Zagaric scheduled, to your recollection, did that include a dry run or a practice session for the upcoming GIC meeting?
I don't remember, but it quite possibly did.
Was that a practice that you had engaged in before?
I had, for sure. I'm not sure about others, but it would not be a surprise to me if we'd have done a dry run.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to OD 439A, page 436 and 437? On excuse me, on February 5, Ms. Menard sent Mr. Zagaric an audit service report for the meeting the following day, which is sent as a courtesy. You're not copied on that. Did you have any discussions or involvement in the preparation of this report or in audit services presentation to council?
No, I don't suspect I would have been invited to do that.
All right, let's turn to the February 6th meeting. Registrar, can you close this and go into OD 10A, page 8? The session on February 6th was in the morning. Do you recall, pardon me, the GIC met in the morning. The closed session was quite lengthy in the later of the day. Do you have a specific recollection of attending this meeting and making a presentation?
Yeah, I certainly, I was there. I remember being at the meeting. I don't remember in detail the presentation, but I was definitely there for sure.
Okay. Do you remember getting any questions from counselors as you went through your a portion of the slide deck?
There were a number of questions. I can't tell you which question or from who. And honestly, I can't remember what format we chose. Sometimes we will ask counselors, there was 4 of us presenting, I believe, 4 or 5 of us presenting. Sometimes we'll ask them to ask their questions at the end of each section, or sometimes we'll ask them to leave them right till the end. And I was reflecting on that this morning. I can't remember which method we chose, but there was lots of questions.
Okay. Do you, Registrar, could you go to HAM 61920, please? And image 44. So this was the communication strategy that was recommended in the slide deck that had all the presentations in it, which would be a media release after the February 13th council meeting, which was the council meeting following this GIC meeting. And then from there, responses would flow. And so the communications plan was set to start from that period of time. Is that accord with your recollection?
It looks familiar.
At the February 6th meeting, GIC elected instead to disclose the trade wind report immediately. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall around the communications whether counselors had concerns about waiting to February 13th?
I believe they did.
What were those concerns?
I think, I can't remember specifically what any individual said, but my sense and my belief is that they didn't, they wanted very little time between when they got the information and the community got it. They didn't want to wait a week.
Okay. So you had said you don't have it, before you didn't have a distinct recollection between the January 23rd and February 6th meetings. In terms of, to provide that context of not wanting to wait, do you recall counselors feeling, expressing that decision strongly? Is that a strongly held view?
Strongly held view to get it out right away?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
You had said in your earlier evidence that you recall the meeting being quite tense and some counselors being quite emotional. Recognizing you can't distinguish between the two meetings, specifically at this GIC meeting, what do you recall about the counselors' reaction, not just on this communications plan, but just generally to the information that they received?
to the extent I think the councillors take most of the work that happens at council very seriously, but there was a very serious mood in the room. I think there was still some lingering emotion in this meeting beyond the last one. Both meetings, I think, were pretty. The blood pressure was elevated, but beyond that, I'm not sure I have a specific memory.
Were you involved in the preparation for the materials that led to the immediate release of the trade wind report?
Yeah, I was kind of on the fringes of it. I'm sensitive to the fact that, especially when you're creating a communications piece in a very short period of time, there's no end to the opinions that people might have about how to say things and what to say. So I would say I was on the edges of that. I was watching and listening to the discussion, and I'm sure I offered my opinion about things, but I didn't. If there's nothing that I feel really passionate about, I'm probably just going to keep my mouth shut. But we did it as a team. So if I recall correctly, I think we retired to the ante room, had a break, put together the report or the media release, came back, had a discussion, and then shortly after it was released.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 12841? And the next, actually, you don't need to bring up the next page. If you can just call it the bottom half of the press release, please. Mr. McKinnon, the very first line of this press release was, on behalf of the City of Hamilton staff, apologize to council and the general public for how this matter has come to their attention. Do you recall, was that apology sought by council?
Well, it emerged from the discussion in camera. I don't think staff proposed that. So without having a precise memory on it, I think it was, yeah.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this down and go back into OD 10A, page 101, please? And if you could call out 274 to 247 to 249. Do you recall after the GIC meeting that Mr. Van Donegan from the spec forwarded you MTO friction results from 2007 to 2014?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Okay.
No.
So do you recall sitting here today that at some point the city received MTO friction results from 2007 to 2014 that the city had not previously had?
I do recall that, yeah.
Okay, so it was just the source of the information.
Okay. I can't remember the first time. I'm sure I saw them a few times. I just can't remember where it originated.
Okay. And I think I may have built in an answer to my question, but before the February 6th GIC meeting, had you personally had any knowledge that the MTO had conducted friction testing between 2008 and 2014?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you have any discussions at a technical level about whether you could compare the MTO friction testing to the trade wind friction testing?
I do recall once we became aware of that having conversations with Edward, probably with Gord, but I can't remember exactly what we said in those conversations, but it was quite the discovery.
Yes. Registrar, can you go on, close this and go to page 108, please? And call out 266. So you're copied on this email from Mr. Soldo, and he says to Ms. Audie, I would like to contact SEMA regarding the new friction data we have from MTO in order to have them review in the same context and extrapolate a degradation curve. Is that, you had said you couldn't remember the specifics. Does that refresh your memory about the discussions around the potential use of the MTO friction data?
That does sound familiar, yes.
From there going forward, were you involved in the retainer of SEMA to provide additional assistance in respect of the friction data?
No, Edward likely would be just running with that.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close that down. Can you go to page 67 of OD10, please? So this is on February 7th, and I took you out of chronology a little, so you have not received the MTO friction data at this point. February 7th, you gave an interview with Scott Thompson.
Sorry, Ms. Lawrence, I just want to interject for a second.
Sure.
Should we be in OD10 or OD10A?
10A, I'm sorry, 10A. This is where I want to be. Thank you. On February 7th, Mr. McKinnon, you gave an interview to the Scott Thompson show on CHML. Do you remember giving that media interview?
That sounds familiar.
And were you one of the handful of representatives for media purposes on the issue of the Tradewind report disclosure?
What was the front end of that question? And was I one of the which? Sorry.
Were you one of a handful of the city's representatives for media purposes?
Yes.
In respect of this issue?
Yes.
Ms. Racine drafted a transcript of this interview, and so I'd like to pull it out. Registrar, can you pull out 157, please? Sorry, I'm just having a technical issue. Apologies, Commissioner, just give me a moment. Registrar, can you highlight for me? So it's a bit of a block of text, about 5 lines down. Your report is saying we have already been undertaking a number of safety audits and work on the Red Hill and the link to a certain extent over the last number of years. So that work continues. Thank you. So here, recognizing that that's a little bit sort of general, we have already been undertaking a number of safety audits and work on the Red Hill over a number of years, and that work continues. On that, did you have specific treatments or remediation that you were referring to here?
I think I was referring to the countermeasures that were identified and being undertaken through report 008. If I'm identifying the right report, you know the one I mean.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Registrar, if you can skip down about a line or two. You say, so a lot of things that you might have done in response to low friction numbers have been done as a result of the directions we were continuing to receive from council. So what particularly are you referencing as measures that would be in response to low friction numbers?
So countermeasures that you might take, from my understanding, is you would install slippery when wet signs, other positive guidance features in the road, those types of things that were, some of them were identified in 008, I believe, oversized signs.
Okay. Skid abrading and microsurfacing and shot blasting are all pavement treatments that can be taken in response to low friction numbers. Were you referencing any of those treatments?
I was not.
And I asked you earlier, perhaps it was yesterday, about your knowledge about pavement treatment options.
Right.
Do you recall ever learning from anybody at the city that there was any consideration of doing skid abrading, microsurfacing, or shot blasting on the Red Hill?
Was I ever aware that anybody was intending to do that?
Was considering doing that?
I don't know.
Okay. You said earlier sometimes you had QTs with Gary, where he was very passionate about things that were going on. Did he ever explain or suggest to you that he was considering skid abrading, microsurfacing, or shot blasting?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to close this down and go to page 77, please? And print 78 as well, please. At the bottom of page 77, there's reference to a motion for a policy or protocol to guarantee the sharing of consultants' reports with council where there is a risk to human health and safety. Councillor Clark brought that, and a motion eventually passed that required staff to develop a policy. Were you involved in the development of a policy in respect of the sharing of consultant reports?
Was.
Registrar, could you close this and go to 134 and call it 334 and 335? So we're into March now, and this is in relation to thinking through reports and responding to responding to the issue of disclosure. And Mr. McGuire says, would it be possible to summarize assignments and their potential impacts, kind of like roster reporting? And that's in response to your question. Could you estimate how many reports this would represent annually? Could be dozens. Now, I'm not actually interested in the details of how many reports for the context of this question, but can you describe what considerations went into how to approach a policy that would balance what the councillors were looking for with the resources within the city?
Yeah, respectfully to council, I don't think they appreciated what they were asking for. It was going to and is likely to result in reports going to council that council now will see, likely won't understand much of it. And my experience is that when you don't understand what you're looking at, then you're way too cautious, and then that translates into spending money. And so that was part of my concern. Was I wanted to try to inform council about kind of careful what you ask for, because you're going to start seeing a heck of a lot of reports. And, you hire professional staff to analyze risk and to manage risk. And this was going to, this was going to force them to drive in our lane, for lack of a better way to say it. But at the end of the day, if they want them, we'll give them to them. But I was hoping to be able to quantify it for them, so at least they knew what they were getting into.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this and bring out RVH 890, please? Mr. McKinnon, this is an anonymous letter that was received by the city auditor in March of 2019. And it is, amongst other things, a request of the auditor to conduct an investigation. You are listed as a staff who should be on an interview list. Registrar, can you call out the second bullet from the bottom, please? The anonymous letter asserts that you were in water and the current general manager and part of department management team meetings where the topic, which is, I believe, about the friction quality was raised at DMT meetings. Prior to late 2018, do you recall having any discussions with senior management about the issue of friction testing?
I do not. And, my experience and my desire from the department leadership team meetings when I was the general manager, we wouldn't get into this level of detail on any particular file. That wasn't the point of the meeting.
Do you know who drafted this letter?
I do not.
Did you draft it?
I did not.
Should have asked that question first. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Those are my questions for you. Commissioner, I canvassed with council yesterday, but did not have a chance to follow up to determine if others have questions. My understanding was that the MTO and Golder, if they had questions, would be limited, but perhaps we should call on them first. Apologies for not having it in hand.
Let's call on Ms. Roberts first.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have no questions.
Okay. And Ms. McIver.
We also have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. So then we're over to Ms. Contractor.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I do have a handful of questions, but I don't expect to be long.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McKinnon. Commission Council asked you if you considered the safety of the Red Hill following your initial hallway meeting, as you described it, with Mr. McGuire regarding the trading report. And I believe your evidence was that the report stated further investigation should be done. And by the time that you were in possession of the report, the scheduling of the resurfacing was already well underway. And I believe you also stated that because of your involvement with Mr. Ferguson, you had a sense that there were a variety of countermeasures that had been employed for a number of years, both from council and staff. And also that you would have expected Mr. McGuire or Mr. Soldo to raise with you any concerns they had in terms of needing a further investigation. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, can we please go to HAM 64308 to image 20, please? Thank you. Mr. McKinnon, this is the briefing note that Mr. McGuire prepared for you. Do you recall when you would have reviewed the briefing note, and particularly whether it would have been before your meeting with Mr. Zagaric?
I don't recall with certainty, but I suspect I had this before I met with Mike. If you're talking about the November 8th, 9th meeting with Mike, yeah, I believe I had it before that.
That is what I was referring to. Thank you. So in this note, Mr. McGuire provides you with a summary of the various reports related to the Red Hill. So we can see on this page, it provides a summary of kind of the background of the Red Hill. And if we go to the next page, please, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. It provides a summary of the 2014 draft Boulder report, the Trademan report, a brief summary of the 2015 SEMA report, and talks about some spectator articles that reference the Red Hill. I don't intend to take you through that. If we can go to the following page, please, Mr. Registrar. On this page, the report references a comprehensive analysis of accidents on the Red Hill conducted by traffic and their observations regarding wet weather collisions on the Red Hill. Mr. Registrar, can you please call out the last paragraph on this page? So this paragraph states, the result is this facility needs a resurfacing, and we have a budget for this in 2019 up to 15.5 million. That will address the need to rehab this facility, and we'll select an asphalt mix that has suitable friction attribute to ensure we're meeting or exceeding current guidelines. Mr. McKinnon, what did you take from this last paragraph in Gord's briefing note to you?
Generally, that the path we were on was the right path for moving forward with the facility.
And can you be a bit more specific about the path that you're referring to?
We were months away from rehabilitating it, and that was going to be a suitable resolution to the findings of the Trademan report.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Registrar. We can take that down. Commission counsel also asked you on a related matter, what confidence did you have that the road was safe to drive on by December 14th? And you indicated that it was based on your review of the report and because your staff, who had the necessary expertise, did not advise you that the road needed to be shut down. And I just wanted to clarify this response. Did you have discussions with Mr. Soldo and or McGuire during which they advised you of this prior to December 14th?
I believe so, yes.
And when asked about your meeting with the mayor on December 18th, you indicated that you believe he would have asked a number of good questions, I think is what you said. Do you recall if the mayor asked staff to advise on their views about the safety of the Red Hill in light of the report at that meeting?
I don't recall specifically. That sounds like a reasonable question the mayor might ask.
Okay. You can take that down, Mr. Registrar. Thanks. Mr. McKinnon, Commission Counsel asked you whether you had an understanding that legal directed Mr. McGuire or Mr. Soldo not to speak with SEMA about the Trademan report. And I believe your response was that you did not recall either way. And I just want to ask you a few follow-up questions about that. At any point, did Gord or Edward tell you that they were being prevented from discussing the Trademan report by legal services or Ms. Audie specifically?
That does not sound familiar to me.
Okay. And what steps would you have taken if they advised that legal or Ms. Audie specifically prevented them from doing their job, which is to ensure the safety of the roadway? What steps would you have taken?
If Gord or Edward needed to speak to SEMA in relation to the safety of the road, I'd have called up SEMA myself for them and facilitated the phone call. I wouldn't be allowing anybody to prevent that. not to inject nuance into that, but if Ms. Audi was trying to manage her consultant, I understand the flow of information and her wanting to be in control, but I would never interpret that to mean that we couldn't talk to SEMA if we had a safety concern. Absolutely not.
Thank you. Last question. Commission Council asked you if at the May 2017 meeting, that big meeting was a lot of public works leadership that John Mader organized with that lengthy PowerPoint presentation containing all the OBL items. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. If at that meeting you recall anyone in public works telling you about trying to obtain friction testing results from engineering services and particularly for Mr. Moore and not being able to receive them. And again, your response was not that I recall. And again, what steps would you have taken if in that meeting, or frankly, at any point, your staff told you that they were trying to obtain friction testing results from other staff members in the department, but were not receiving a response or a copy?
Yeah, if they were escalating it to me for a resolution, I would have likely had a meeting and brought them all in together and sit, work through it, say what's going on here, because that doesn't sound very professional. It doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like a team. So I would have followed up on it in some manner, I'm sure.
And do you recall having to do that specifically with respect to friction testing on the Red Hill or the Trade report?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Ms. Lawrence?
I have just one question in reply. Mr. McKinnon, you were just asked about December 14th, and Ms. Contractor wanted to clarify, did you have discussions with Mr. Soldo or Mr. McGuire during which they advised you that the road didn't need to be shut down prior to December 14th? I hope I've tried to summarize that to the back and forth you just had. And you said, I believe so, yes. Can you describe with precision what those discussions were with Mr. Soldo and or Mr. McGuire?
Unfortunately, I can't. I don't have a precise memory of that. I just know that I had a belief that the road didn't need to be shut down, and it was based on the conversations that we were having.
But sitting here today, you can't recall the content of those discussions?
Not specifically, no.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Okay. So first of all, Mr. McKinnon, thank you very much for attending today and for yesterday and today. You're excused, and I think the schedule also contemplated that it might be necessary to reserve time for you tomorrow, Monday. There are limits to your availability, I appreciate. Monday, we're not going to require that. So you're excused, and thank you again for attending at the inquiry.
Thank you.
And for the rest of us, I think that means that we're now adjourned, unless Ms. Lawrence tells me otherwise, until Tuesday morning at 9:30.
No, that's correct.
Okay, so thank you very much, and have a good weekend, everyone.